welcome you all to today's events, the prestigious Professor P. Brahmai Shastri Memorial Oration and Professor T. Raviraju Excellence Award Ceremony. Today, we are indeed honored to have two very eminent personalities to deliver the orations for the years 2024 and the year 2025. The event is made more memorable as it is happening in our own premises, the Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Auditorium and AMC Convention Center, giving an opportunity for our young minds to attend the program and to be inspired and become enlightened with the knowledge and wisdom of our eminent speakers. The orations will be followed by a dedication ceremony of handing over the centenary alumni building to the beloved alma mater. It is the culmination of the efforts of several alumni from across the globe who have contributed to make this wonderful state-of-art facility for use by the students of Andhra Medical College. We now proceed with the Professor P. Brahmai Shastri Memorial Oration and Professor T. Raviraju Excellence Awards program. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome Dr. T. Raviraju, Chairperson, Professor P. Brahmai Shastri Memorial Oration Committee, currently the Pro-Chancellor, Apollo University, formerly Vice-Chancellor, Dr. University of Health Sciences, and formerly the DME, Government of Andhra Pradesh, onto the dais. Dr. Raviraju is a true visionary, a clinician par excellence, and a proud alumnus of Andhra Medical College, who strives endlessly for the growth of his alma mater. Welcome you, sir. We next call upon Dr. KVSM Sandhya Devi, Principal Andhra Medical College. She is the driving force of Andhra Medical College. Under her stewardship, the students of this prestigious institute will thrive and scale new heights and bring more accolades. Ladies and gentlemen, please join in welcoming our most distinguished guest, Dr. D. Nalisha Devi, Chairman and Chief of Gastroenterology of the world-renowned Asian Institute of Gastroenterology and AIG Hospital. Dr. Nalisha Devi is the pride of medical fraternity with a rare distinction of being the recipient of all three Padma Awards, the Padma Shri, the Padma Bhushan, and Padma Bhushan. We are indeed honored to have you, sir, to deliver the oration. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Welcome our distinguished guest, Dr. Prabir Roy Chaudhary, Dr. Ronald eminent professor and director, University of North Carolina Center, and President American Society of Nephrology. He is an avid researcher, more than manuscripts and book chapters with an impressive H&H of Dr. Chaudhary has flown exclusively from the USA for this event showing his commitment. We are privileged to have you, sir, to deliver the oration. I next invite Dr. E. Raviraju, a renowned gastroenterologist, a brilliant academician whose love for alma mater is parallel only to love for Telugu language. Mahani Maninchi, Vedikana Alankarinchi, Savinayanga Koruchunnam. It's my pleasure to invite Dr. P.V. Sudhakar, Dean, NRI Institute of Medical Sciences, former Principal Andhra Medical College, who has the distinction of being its longest-serving principal, as well as being a State Best Teacher awardee. Welcome, sir, onto the dais. I invite Dr. G. Prasad, Professor and Head of the Department of Nephrology, Guntur Medical College, and a student of Dr. Raviraju, who is following the footsteps of his eminent teacher, onto the dais. I invite Dr. L.R.S. Girinath, Professor and Head of the Department of Gastroenterology, Andhra Medical College, and a student of Dr. E. Pedavi Raju, who is keeping the flag flying high for the Department of Gastroenterology in Andhra Medical College. Welcome you, sir.
We begin with an invocation by our dear Radha Madam, who is the heart and soul of this project, and this will set an auspicious tone for this gathering, uniting us gratitude for the brilliant minds we remember and honor today. Madam.
शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचार सारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां जाड्यान्धकारवहम् हस्तैस्फाटिकमालिकाञ्च दधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदां भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदां भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदां श्रीविद्यारोग्य सिद्ध्यर्थं शिवपुत्रं शिवङ्करं विज्ञानानन्दकर भास्वन्तं विघ्नराजम् अहं भजे विघ्नराजम् अहं भजे अहं भजे.
Thank you, Madam. I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to gather for the auspicious lighting of the lamp, which marks the beginning of this session, illuminating our path with the promise of new knowledge. May this flame remind us of the enduring light of Dr. P. Brahmaya Sastri Garu legacy. There. Lamp.
दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्या.
I now request the dignitaries to continue to pay tribute to Dr. P. Brahmaya Sastri Garu, an extraordinary doctor, scientist, whose contributions continue to resonate in every corner of medicine, inspiring us to carry his vision forward. Kindly be seated, sir. In a true Guru Sishya Parampara, Dr. T. Raviraju will now introduce us to Dr. P. Brahma Sastry Memorial Oration, which is a reverential tribute to a visionary whose work transformed lives. This oration stands as a call to action for all of us to continue the legacy of excellence which Dr. P. Brahma Sastry Garu championed. Sir.
Good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon, all of you. All the dignitaries sitting on the dais, my fellow alumni, all the distinguished guests for today's function, all the students of Andhra Medical College, faculty of Andhra Medical College, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed with great honor and a sense of reverence that I stand before you today to mark another edition of Dr. P. Brahma Sastry Memorial Oration. This is an academic tradition we have been doing for last 30 years, and we upheld that with pride for nearly 30 years. This oration was started to pay tribute to the life, legacy, and contributions of Professor P. Brahma Sastry, an eminent physiologist, a visionary teacher, and a true pioneer of medicine. His passion for physiology and his commitment to teaching the generations of students of this college has laid foundation stone for this oration. This is not merely a ceremonial event, but a celebration of scientific spirit and also intellectual excellence. We are very fortunate today that two legendary people from medical field and great scientists and humanitarians, they have accepted to deliver this oration. I will very briefly tell you about the genesis of this oration and also the people who have received this oration in the earlier years, important people who have received. Professor P. Brahma Sastry, next slide. Go on. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Professor P. Brahma Sastry, a lot of you know him, a lot of you might have heard about him. He was born in 1913 and he passed away in 1992. Dr. Sastry, he did his MSc Physiology and also MBBS from Andhra Medical College in 1952. He did his PhD from McGill University, Canada in 1956, and subsequently, all through his career, through his entire life, he was in Andhra Medical College. He was a teacher par excellence, and he was an emeritus medical scientist for nearly 17 years after his retirement. He held several positions like State Medical Council Research, UGC teacher cum scientist. He had several awards in his lifetime, and his main areas of interest are, one is acetylcholine. Acetylcholine and the acetylcholine synthesis, storage in the brain, ganglia, and the neuromuscular junction. Pharmacological inhibition of acetylcholine by hemicholine compound. Those who have some knowledge of physiology might understand how important this compound is for the blockade of acetylcholine, and subsequently how it was useful in myasthenia gravis management. Placental extract and the lyophilized placenta he was using for several purposes, and that was called a biogenic stimulator. And one of the important things was he had $10,000. In those days, 1960s, $10,000 was a big amount, and he got it from Rockefeller Foundation, and he brought an EEG machine in 1970s itself. and installed in physiology department for the research work. And this department of physiology was considered as one of the 7 neurophysiology laboratories in the country. So Dr. Shastri gave several orations and he had several felicitations. To his credit, he gave several PhDs. One of his PhD students, Dr. T. Jaisiraju, he won Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award also. And of course, he was president of Indian Science Congress in the physiology session, and he was regularly attending that. We started this oration way back in 1991. In 1991, when Dr. Shastri was alive, and this was the first oration we had. And one of the important personalities who helped us in starting this oration was Dr. G. Ramakrishna Raju, Professor of Gynecology. Dr. Raju was a very close associate of Dr. P. Brahmai Shastri, and he had a lot of reverence for him. And so with his help now, we could not have all the orations Dr. Raju was attending, but today because of his physical inability to come here, he could not come, but otherwise he was a regular attendee. The first oration was given by Dr. Sri Ramachari. Many of you might be knowing he was the Director General of ICMR, and he was famous for his Bhopal gas tragedy. He worked a lot on Bhopal gas tragedy, and also he was the person who did postmortem for Sivarasan, who was instrumental in assassination of Rajiv Gandhi. Of course, this was my teacher. Dr. Nageswar Reddy knows him very well. Dr. K.S. Chugh, father of nephrology in our country. Subsequently, Prabir might be knowing him very well. Dr. T.K.S. Rao, a renowned nephrologist, and he was the person who first described HIV nephropathy. This tall gentleman, he is really a gigantic figure in the field of transplantation, Dr. Sudhanthiran. You find our association with Madam Shashiprabha. In all these meetings, she was there, and in the back you have Dr. Adinarayan Rao Garu sitting. So this was Dr. Sudhanthiran, Professor of Transplantation Medicine in Weill Cornell Medical Center. And you have here Dr. Ajay Singh, Professor of Nephrology in Harvard Medical School. And at the back you can see Dr. Saharia. Dr. Reddy might recognize him, one of the pioneer kidney transplant surgeons in the country. Dr. Raghu Kalluri, Prabir knows him very well, and maybe Dr. Reddy also knows him. He's cancer biology. Cancer biology, he was an authority on cancer biology. And of course, to top them all, we have here Dr. Roger Kornberg. He came here in 2008 and received this oration. And on the back you can see the person who is smiling heartily or laughing heartily is Dr. Ralapalli Ramurthy. He was president of Indian Science Congress for that year. So that year we had Indian Science Congress in Vizag, and Dr. Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister who attended the meeting. And this is the group on that day. You can see Dr. C.V. Rao also in this. He was the principal Andhra Medical College at that time. Of course, we didn't confine our orations and awards only to the medical men. We have other people also. Dr. L.V. Subramanyam, who was the Chief Secretary of Andhra Pradesh, he delivered an oration. And to his left side is Dr. Sridhar Chilimuri. He is a physician and gastroenterologist. A lot of you know him. Many of his classmates are here. And this is one legendary personality, Dr. Rajgopal Chidambaram. He was the principal scientific advisor to Government of India and also the Prime Minister for nearly 20 years. And he was the main person who was behind the atomic bomb of Pokhran. So Dr. Rajgopal Chidambaram came to this college and he visited the principal's office and also talked to the students. You can see Dr. Ramkrishna Raju in the picture. And you have here Dr. Abhijit Seth. All of you know him now because he is now taken over as the president of, the chairman, I think, chairman of NMC. Earlier he was the president of National Board of Examinations, and I had the fortune of working with him for nearly 6 years as the governing body member. And here you have the key personality of today's function, Dr. Chalasani Prasad, the interventional cardiologist, the old student of Andhra Medical College. He breathes Andhra Medical College. You have I was fortunate. And in the end, we have before last year, I think, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan. You might be knowing her. She was the Director General of ICMR, and later she became the Chief Scientist of WHO. And her father was Dr. Swaminathan. He was the recipient of Bharat Ratna. So like that, we have a host of people. We have Padma Shris, Padma Vibhushans. We have 2 Padma Vibhushans. Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, and earlier Dr. Chidambaram Rajagopal Chidambaram was also a Padma Vibhushan. So like that, and we have of course the Nobel laureate Roger Carnberg. We have a lineage. You find in these people, today you have 2 personalities, Dr. Prabir Roy. His father was Dr. Ranjit Rai Chaudhary. Several of you might be knowing him. He was the person who has drafted the entire National Medical Commission. Only after his drafting, National Medical Commission was started. He was professor of clinical pharmacology in PGI Chandigarh. So all of you know Dr. Reddy's father, Dr. D. Bhaskar Reddy, was a doyen of pathology. He worked in this medical college also. You have Roger Carnberg. His father was again a Nobel laureate. And I told you Dr. Soumya Swaminathan's father was Bharat Ratna. So like that, all these people have a tradition, great tradition, and also their individual talents. This is what I have, famous quotation from Mr. T.S. Eliot, a great Nobel laureate of English poetry. So like that, we have 2 people delivering the oration today. The stature of any oration will depend upon the people who give the orations. So I feel Dr. Brahma Shastri's oration, and of course the Excellence Award which was instituted by Dr. Chalasani Prasad on my name, will have a better stature and will be elevated by the orations today by these 2 people. Thank you very much.
Now I request Dr. B. Devi Madhavi to come and introduce us to Dr. T. Raviraju Excellence Award, which celebrates individuals whose dedication to medicine mirrors Dr. T. Raviraju's own commitment to pushing boundaries and striving for excellence in the field of medicine.
Good afternoon to the dignitaries on the dais. Dr. Raviraju, it is indeed my honor to speak about Dr. Raviraju Tatapudi, who is a pioneering nephrologist from Andhra Pradesh who significantly advanced kidney disease treatment and education in the region. His work spans clinical innovations, research, and academic leadership impacting healthcare at state and national levels. Dr. Tatapudi has founded the Department of Nephrology at Andhra Medical College, introduced the first hemodialysis and kidney transplant programs in the government setup in coastal Andhra Pradesh. He has held several administrative posts right from the head of the Department of Nephrology to being a principal Andhra Medical College, superintendent King George Hospital, to the director of medical education. Wherever he went, he brought in structural reforms, which included innovative patient care programs, such as the government-sponsored free hemodialysis program statewide, and starting the Jeevan Dan cadaver transplant program, which reduced the transplant waiting times and extended life-saving treatments to remote areas. Dr. Tatapudi has discovered chronic kidney disease of unknown etiology named Uddanam nephropathy, which was affecting agricultural communities leading to the government-supported research and treatment centers in the affected region, and conducted research identifying non-invasive markers for transplant rejection. He is an avid researcher who is leading several ICMR projects to study the etiopathogenesis of chronic kidney disease. A point that students must know is that his earliest research and presentation was from the time when he was in second MBBS in physiology under Professor P. Brahmaya Shastri. A true visionary who during his tenure as Vice Chancellor of Dr. NTR University of Health Sciences, Dr. Ravi Raju introduced computer-based entrance examination, providing Android tablets with course curriculum to UG medical students, established electronic library, initiated web-based counseling, and organized a Harvard T2T program training of medical teachers of Andhra Pradesh by the Harvard Global Education Program for 100 teachers across the state. We thank you, sir, for all those initiatives. He happens to also be the first Vice Chancellor of the Apollo University, and currently he's holding the chair of Pro Chancellor of the Apollo University. He's also a member of the governing body of National Board of Examinations, a member selection committee BC Roy National Awards, member selection committee ICMR National Awards, member expert panel UGC Grants Commission. He is the recipient of several prestigious awards like Fellow of Royal College of Physicians, London, Fellow International Society of Nephrology. He has a fellowship in transplant immunology from Weill Cornell Medical College, New York, USA. He received the Dronacharya Award DSc honoris causa from Sri Chandrasekharendra Saraswati Mahavishwa Vidyalayam, Kanchi. He's also received the Sardar Vallabhai Award for Distinguished Service to the Nation from the Ministry of Health, New Delhi. He's also received the Lifetime Award from the Indian Society of Nephrology, Bayer Pioneer in Nephrology Award from the Indian Society of Nephrology, and the Raj Bhavan Award of Telangana State by Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, and the Ground Rounds in Nephrology from University of North Carolina, and Ground Rounds in Nephrology, Harvard Medical School. Always striving hard to put Andhra Medical College on national front, both as a nephrologist and administrator, he has been instrumental in the foundation and commission of current super specialty block as the DME, and has brought several dignitaries to Andhra Medical College. His contributions to Centenary Alumni Building are immense. As a chairperson, he has obtained all government approval GOs, MOUs with government since 2017, established the Andhra Medical College Alumni Trust and obtained IT exemptions to facilitate donations for CAB and AMC, and has laid the foundation for the construction of the CAB building. We are indeed fortunate to have your leadership and guidance at every stage of the development of our alma mater, and the institution will forever remember your services. It is indeed a befitting tribute that his student, Dr. Prasad Chalasani, has instituted Dr. Ravi Raju Excellence Award from the year 2017, continuing the true parampara of Guru Sishya. I invite Dr. KVSM Sandhya Devi to speak about Dr. Prasad Chalasani, through whose benevolence we have the Dr. Ravi Raju Excellence Awards.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and esteemed audience, dear students. It's a pride moment, rather a happy moment, to introduce Venkata Ramakrishna Prasad, commonly called as Prasad Chalasani, belongs to the 1981 batch, and I'm proud to say that I too belong to the same batch. He is an interventional cardiologist in USA and past president of AMCANA, co-chair AMC CAP committee. Dr. Prasad Chalasani is a brilliant and incisive alumnus of Andhra Medical College, has made his alma mater proud with his professional and academic accomplishments. Dr. Prasad Chalasani emigrated to USA after completing his MBBS training at AMC. He went on to train in internal medicine and cardiology at Emory University, Atlanta. He's an interventional cardiologist par excellence, as well as a great humanitarian and a clinician. He's currently the professor of clinical medicine, Florida State University, College of Medicine. He's well known for his exemplary achievements as well as his unparalleled work for Andhra Medical College and for AMCANA. AMCANA, the alumnus body of AMC for North America, and is one of the principals in realizing the importance of a CAB project in Andhra Medical College. Rightly respected as ambassador of AMC in USA by his peers, Dr. Chelasani's contributions to AMC through AMCANA, the latest being the construction of CAB building, it should be written in letters of gold. There is also an upcoming research block in Andhra Medical College, for which he is one of the main contributors for encouraging research activity in Andhra Medical College. He is also instrumental in starting STEMI project by Government of India. It's my privilege to introduce Prasad Chelasani, who is the man behind inception of Dr. Raviraju Excellence Award. Thank you all.
Thank you, Madam. It is indeed a great honor as a second generation alumni standing here and sharing the stage with such illustrious alumni. And the orators for this Brahma Sastri Memorial Oration will be the recipients of Dr. T. Raviraju Excellence Award also. Now I would like to invite Dr. E. Pedaviraj Garu, one trailblazer in gastroenterology introducing another trailblazer in the same specialty is more than inspiring. So I request Dr. Pedaviraj Garu to introduce Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy, Chairman AIG, who brought respect to all the Padma Awards he received, the latest being Padma Vibhushan. He put India on the global medical and scientific map, and his relentless pursuit of medical advancement is a testament to the potential within us to all to change lives, thus making this world a better place. So we are indeed honored to be associated with.
Dignitaries and dais, the guests, faculty and students of Andhra Medical College, డాక్టర్ రవిరాజు గారు విశ్వవిఖ్యాత ఉదరకోశ వ్యాధ నిపుణుడు డాక్టర్ డి నాగేశ్వర రెడ్డి గారిని ఈ సభకు పరిచయం చేయమని నన్ను ఆదేశించారు. ఇది చాలా కష్టమైన విషయం. తెలుగు సినిమాలో హీరోని ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేసినప్పుడు డైరెక్టర్ చాలా కష్టపడతాడు. ఇంట్రడక్షన్ స్టార్ట్ చేయడం చాలా కష్టం. ఎస్పెషల్లీ ఆ హీరో చిరంజీవి లేకపోతే బాలకృష్ణం. కానీ నా ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటంటే ఆయన సీనియర్ ఎన్టీఆర్, విశ్వవిఖ్యాత నట సార్వభౌమ సీనియర్ ఎన్టీఆర్ డాక్టర్ డి నాగేశ్వర రెడ్డి. డాక్టర్ డి నాగేశ్వర రెడ్డి గారు ఈజ్ బోర్న్ ఆన్ దిస్ డే, దట్ ఈస్ 18th March 1956, a few yards away from here, in the obstetrics and gynecology department of KGH, in the very campus he is born. He is a proud son of Andhra Medical College and King George Hospital. His father, Dr. Bhaskar Reddy, his grandfather, Dr. Govind Reddy, served as professors of pathology in this medical college. So whenever I invite him for any meeting in the last 40 years, he did not deny, simply because of his love and affection to Andhra Medical College. Though he did not study here, he is the student of Kannur Medical College and received multiple gold medals and best outgoing student of Kannur Medical College. Then he did his MD in internal medicine in the prestigious Madras Medical College. Then he did his DM gastroenterology from PGI Chandigarh, and he is loved by all his colleagues, friends and teachers in PGI. And he learnt the art of ERCP from the person who started ERCP in India, Dr. Jung Delavari. Jung Delavari considered him as his best student in the last so many decades. After working for a short while in Nizam's Institute as professor and Guntur Medical College as professor, he started the Department of Gastroenterology, initially in Medinova. Subsequently, he started the AIG hospital in Hyderabad. And from a small hospital, he grew it to the best and the largest gastroenterology hospital in the world. The credit to Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy. He received many, many awards. I will name a few. Dr. B.C. Rai Award in 1995, Padma Shri in 2002, Padma Bhushan in 2016, and Padma Vibhushan in 2025. And the only doctor in India who received all the Padma awards in the country. 20 years back, in Los Angeles, in one meeting, when he did the first transgastric appendicectomy in the DDW meeting, digestive disease, prestigious meeting in America, when Dr. G.V. Rao and Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy presented the first human transgastric appendicectomy as a notes intervention, the whole audience, bigger than this hall, stood up in standing ovation. That is the proudest moment in my life. I felt I am very proud Indian because he took the gastroenterology in India to higher level than America and Europe. And he is invited to all the international workshops all over the world. Any workshop, any therapeutic endoscopy workshop you name, Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy's name is there. He received the prestigious Adolf Schindler Award in 2021, the Best Educator Award by American Gastroenterology Association. He served as the President of the Indian Society of Gastroenterology, President of the Gastroenterology Society of India, and he invented Nagi stent, a stent which is used to help patients with pancreatic diseases. His seminal work is mostly on genetics of pancreatic diseases and pancreatic endotherapy. 20 years back, when his teacher, Dr. S.L. Burur, came to Visakhapatnam for a meeting, he asked me, who is the number one gastroenterologist in Hyderabad? I said, it is D. Nageshwar Reddy. He asked me, who is the number two gastroenterologist in India? I said, it is D.N. Reddy. He said, who is the number three gastroenterologist in India? I said, DNR. He asked me, who is the number four gastroenterologist in India? Duvuri Nageshwar Reddy. Then you ask me who is the number 10 gastroenterologist, number 15 I will tell you. Now he is the number one gastroenterologist in the world. And the day is not long when in the same hall we are going to felicitate him for his Bharata Ratna. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We would now like to honor our outstanding individuals whose contributions stand as beacons of inspiration. I now request Dr. T. Raviraj Garu and Principal Dr. Sandhya Devi to present the Dr. P. Brahma Sastry Oration Medal and Dr. T. Raviraju Excellence Scroll to Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy Garu. These are not just a recognition, but a promise to respect and continue their legacy of excellence.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. P.V. Sudhakar, former principal, and a renowned plastic surgeon, to introduce our orator for the day, introduction of Dr. Prabir Rai Chowdhury.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. T. Raviraju, my beloved teacher and mentor, dignitaries on the dais, my teachers in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. I deem it's a privilege to stand before you on this momentous occasion and introduce the doyen of nephrology in this world, Dr. Prabir Rai Chowdhury. His CV runs in 81 pages. I could abridge it to one page without losing its flavor. Dr. Prabir Rai Chowdhury is the current president of American Society of Nephrology, having 21,000 members from across 141 countries. Dr. Rai Chowdhury did his MBBS from AFMC Pune, and he did his internship from the General Hospital Chandigarh, and he received FRCP from the Royal College of Physicians, Edinburgh. He did his residency in medicine from the University of Cincinnati, Ohio. He had his fellowship in nephrology from Beth Israel Hospital, Harvard Medical School, Boston, and he received his PhD from the University of Aberdeen, Scotland. Dr. Rai Chowdhury is Dr. Ronald and Dr. Catherine Falk, eminent professor and co-director of the University of North Carolina Kidney Center at Chapel Hill, North Carolina. He serves as the staff nephrologist at Bill Hefner VA Medical Center in Salisbury, North Carolina. Dr. Prabir Rai Chowdhury's main research interest is in the uremic vascular biology, focused on addressing dialysis, vascular access dysfunction, and cardiovascular complication in patients with kidney disease. He leads a very large multidisciplinary translational research program in this area funded through the National Institute of Health, the Veterans Administration Research Program, and industry grants. Dr. Rai Chowdhury has been involved in the public policy and administrative aspects of kidney care through leadership roles in various American Society of Nephrology committees and task forces like the American Society of Diagnostic and Interventional Nephrology, the Renal Network, the Vascular Access Society of Americas, and other groups. He is the past president of the American Nephrologists of Indian origin and the founding ASN co-chair of Kidney Health Initiative and a member of the steering committee of the Kidney X Innovation Accelerator. He has 3 full patents to his credits, 2 provisional patents, and 7 intervention disclosures and patents. In addition, Dr. Rai Chowdhury has published more than 250 manuscripts and book chapters and had received numerous awards, named orations, including Gerald Bethard Award from the American Society of Diagnostic and Interventional Nephrology, and a very prestigious Dr. K.S. Chugh oration of the Indian Society of Nephrology. Dr. K.S. Chugh, as you all are aware, is the beloved teacher of Dr. Raviraju, Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, as well as mine. So with these words, it is my absolute pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to present Dr. Prabir Rai Chowdhury.
Thank you, sir, for the crisp and succinct introduction of Dr. Prabir Rai Chowdhury. I request Dr. Raviraju and Principal Dr. Sandhya Devi ma'am to present the Professor P. Brahmaya Shastri Oration Medal and Dr. Raviraju Excellence Award Scroll and citation to our orator, Dr. Prabir Rai Chowdhury. We request the other dignitaries on the dais to join. We request the dignitaries to join. Before we proceed to the orations, we have the presentation of mementos to the other dignitaries on the dais. We request the dignitaries to be present there to present the mementos mementos presentation by Dr. Nageshwar Reddy to Dr. Ravi Raju, Dr. Pedvi Raju and Dr. KVSM Sandhya Devi. So Dr. Nageshwar Reddy to do the honors to Dr. Ravi Raju sir. Dr. Nageshwar Reddy to present memento to Dr. Ravi Raju, Chairperson, Professor P. Brahmai Sastry oration. Dr. Nageshwar Reddy to present memento to Dr. Pedvi Raju, Chairperson for today's oration. Dr. Nageshwar Reddy to present memento to Dr. KVSM Sandhya Devi. We request the presentation of mementos by Dr. Prabir Rai to Dr. P.V. Sudhakar. Dr. Prabir Roy to Dr. P.V. Sudhakar. Dr. Prabir Roy to Dr. L.R.S. Girinath. Presentation of memento to Dr. L.R.S. Girinath. Presentation of memento by Dr. Prabir Roy to Dr. G. Prasad, Chairperson for today's oration. We next request Dr. Ravi Raju to present mementos to the oration committee members, Dr. T. Radha, Dr. Devi Madhavi and Dr. Pallavi. We will be starting the oration. So before that,
We will just take a few minutes to arrange the chairs. I request the dignitaries to join the attendees in the audience before we start our oration. And Dr. G. Prasad, Professor of Nephrology, AMC, for chairing this oration for today's session. Oration by Dr. Prabirao Chowdhury promises to be a transformative experience, that is curing kidney diseases, connecting the dots, inspiring us to explore new frontiers in medical science. His insights will challenge us to think deeper, innovate faster, and serve with greater compassion. Sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, so it's my absolute pleasure to invite Dr. Prabir Roy Chaudhary to deliver his oration on curing kidney diseases, connecting the dots. Dr. Roy Chaudhary, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes? Okay. All right. So I'm going to start by saying that it is truly a distinct and very personal honor and privilege to be presenting the T. Raviraju Excellence Award. As you've heard already, Dr. Raviraju is a visionary and a leader in kidney care across the globe. He is, as all of you know, an outstanding clinician and teacher. But most important of all, I am truly proud to call him my friend. So thank you, Ravi, for this huge honor. It means a lot to me. What I'm going to do over the next 40 minutes is to divide this presentation and oration into 4 main parts. I'm initially going to share with you a primer on the growing global impact of chronic kidney disease. I'm then going to describe the innovation, the change, the excitement, and very importantly, the hope, because hope is a very powerful word in transforming the traditional fabric of kidney care as a result of the many new kidney therapies that are coming into the field. And then I'm going to weave through this fabric of change a very strong thread of education and awareness, of equity and access to care, and of policy, which in fact are the true engines of change. And then finally, at the end of this presentation, I will try to identify the catalysts of change, which are the things that we can do together as a community that will allow us to grasp this very important moment in time to actually move towards this dream, still a dream, of curing kidney diseases. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about this whole concept of curing kidney disease. And it was mentioned as an aspirational goal initially by Dr. Ronald Falk, who has been my boss and mentor for many years, in his 2012 American Society of Nephrology presidential address. And I would say that 13 years later, this remains an ambitious and audacious goal. But the influx of new therapies for kidney diseases has actually, in my mind, made this dream a possibility. And our challenge, all of us today, is to try and convert this possibility into reality. So let's go to the CKD primer. There are 4 things that you need to remember about chronic kidney disease. Chronic kidney disease is common. Chronic kidney disease is deadly. Chronic kidney disease is costly. And the treatment at present for chronic kidney disease and end-stage kidney disease is totally inequitable. So let's discuss each of these 4 big buckets. So number 1, chronic kidney disease as a result of diabetes and hypertension and glomerulonephritis, and in this part of the world as a result of CKD of unknown origin, which was identified initially by Dr. Ravi Raju, affects almost 1 billion people, 850 million people globally, 37 million people in the United States, over 100 million in India, and it is currently the 8th leading cause of death in the United States. Chronic kidney disease is a silent but deadly killer. So if you look at the panel on the right, you see that if you are a 40-year-old man on dialysis, your life expectancy becomes that of a 75-year-old. So it is shortened by 39 years. If you look at the top left panel, you can see that the forecast for the increase in the number of premature deaths between 2016 and 2040 is highest for chronic kidney disease as compared to other non-communicable diseases such as diabetes and respiratory disease and cardiovascular disease. And then if you look at the bottom left panel, and this is really important, as your kidney function decreases, so too does the risk of cardiovascular disease increase. And it increases significantly, so that if you are CKD stage 5 with a GFR of less than 15, your cardiovascular risk is almost 40 times greater than somebody who doesn't have chronic kidney disease. And my next slide really emphasizes this point. A very nice paper in JAMA in 2024 demonstrates that as your eGFR decreases, which is on the left panel, or as the amount of albumin leakage in your urine increases, which is at the top, so too does your all-cause mortality in the top left region, your myocardial infarction incidence in the top right panel, and your cardiovascular mortality and stroke in the bottom left and right panel. So chronic kidney disease is not just about the kidneys, it's really about the whole body, in particular the cardiovascular system. Third major point about chronic kidney disease. The treatment of end-stage kidney disease, when you need dialysis or transplantation to survive, is both costly and grossly inequitable. So if you look at the left panel, you see that in 2010, there were 2.6 million people globally on dialysis, but 62% of them were in high-income countries, despite high-income countries contributing just 1.1 billion people to the total population at that time of 6.9 billion. And this dichotomy, if anything, is even more at the present time. So if you look at the left panel, you see that in 2020, as nephrologists, we dialyzed over 3 million people. And you can look at this number and say, that's a big achievement for nephrology. But the real number is the 8 million people in orange who died because of a lack of renal replacement therapy, almost always due to cost issues. And that number is almost certainly an underestimate. And this really comes home when you think about India. So if you look at the bottom right part of the slide, the cost of 1 year of hemodialysis in India is almost 5 lakhs. The annual per capita income for India is 2.5 lakhs. And we're going to return to that 4.8 lakhs per year figure when we talk about the new therapies. And as a result of this huge inequity, kidney disease is globally, but particularly in low and middle income countries such as India, are associated with the highest rates of catastrophic health expenditure. In other words, if you get chronic kidney disease in low and middle income countries, the whole family is often driven into poverty. And chronic kidney disease does this more effectively, unfortunately, than any of the other non-communicable diseases. And then the final point in my primer, the prevalence and mortality of chronic kidney disease has increased over the last 30 years. So the figures for chronic kidney disease compared with other non-communicable diseases is shown in the left panel. And if you look at the right panel, you see that the mortality from chronic kidney disease over the last 30 years has risen from being number 18 to actually being number 9 as an overall cause of death. Now, I want to focus on that 30 years because that allows me to tell you a story. And it is, in fact, a very personal story. So in 1993, I was a fellow at the Beth Israel Hospital in Boston. And yes, that is me on the left with a lot of hair that is all gone. And I remember I was in the suburban train going to work, and I was reading this article that Dr. Ravi Raju and other nephrologists will remember. And this is a 1993 paper by Ed Lewis, which showed for the first time that if you take a patient with kidney disease as a result of type 1 diabetes, and you put them onto the first ACE inhibitor, which was captopril, which we hardly use anymore, that you could prevent the progression of chronic kidney disease. And I remember as a young fellow reading this paper and being incredibly excited because I felt that the kidney world now had a drug that it could call its own. And I was so naive that I just presumed that lots of new kidney therapies would follow. But in fact, what followed was 25 years of therapeutic stagnation in which there were really no new kidney therapies. And then the kidney world changed in 2019 with the publication of the Credence study data in the New England Journal of Medicine, which showed that if you use canagliflozin, which is an SGLT2 inhibitor, that you can actually reduce the progression of renal endpoints by about 30%. And this was huge. I remember I was in Melbourne at the World Congress of Nephrology when these results came out. And since then, there have been multiple studies with SGLT2 inhibitors. There have been 2 large studies with the non-steroidal mineralocorticoid receptor antagonist Finrenone. There's been a large GLP-1 receptor agonist study, and there are multiple studies using aldosterone synthase inhibitors and endothelin receptor antagonists that are really waiting in the wings, all of which have shown between 25 to 35% reduction, not just in the renal endpoints of progression to chronic kidney disease, but also in the cardiovascular endpoints in these patients. Now, when you talk about new drugs, you have to think about mechanistic pathways. And I want to recognize in this slide a friend and a colleague, George Bacris, who unfortunately died too early. And George was both a nephrologist and a hypertension specialist, but he had this unique gift of taking complex concepts and simplifying them. And his view of the world on the progression of diabetic kidney disease and to a very great extent chronic kidney disease was that there are 3 injury inputs. The first is hemodynamic perturbations, the second is inflammation, and the third is metabolic dysregulation. Now, George's view of the world becomes really important because we now have new therapies, which I'm going to speak about in a moment, that can actually target all of these different pathways. So in the top left, ACE inhibitors and angiotensin receptor blockers can block the hemodynamic perturbations that many of you as students would have learnt about in your studies. The SGLT2 inhibitors can both have a positive impact on hemodynamic perturbations by reducing intraglomerular pressure, but they also reduce inflammation. The non-steroidal mineralocorticoid antagonists like Finrenone block inflammation, and then the GLP-1 receptor agonists like Ozempic obviously block the metabolic dysregulation. And so as nephrologists, for the first time in 30 years, we now have a new problem that we have to try and solve. When do we use these drugs? How do we use these drugs? Do we use them sequentially? Do we use them in combination? And there are lots of studies going on. I'll show you one that are trying to answer this question. But the bottom line really is that if you look at these studies, and I want to take them through you, no question at all. If you look at SGLT2 inhibitors, 3 large studies shown over here for canagliflozin on the left, dapagliflozin on the middle, and empagliflozin on the right, which show that if you use an SGLT2 inhibitor in a patient with chronic kidney disease, they are effective in improving a composite kidney or cardiokidney primary outcome, regardless of the presence or absence of diabetes mellitus, and across a range of EGFRs and UACRs. I spoke earlier about these 2 large studies with the non-steroidal mineralocorticoid antagonist finrenone, and this is sort of a pooled analysis which shows that if you use finrenone in somebody with CKD, you get a reduction in both the cardiovascular and the kidney outcomes. And recently, a study was published in the New England Journal of Medicine which showed that if you use finrenone and an SGLT2 inhibitor together right from the start, you get a significant 50% plus reduction in UACR, albuminuria, as compared to if you use these drugs individually. And then there was a very large study published about a year ago which showed that if you use Ozempic or semaglutide in patients with diabetic kidney disease, that you again have an improvement in the cardiokidney endpoints, and this was approved in January of this year by the FDA. Now, I spoke earlier about the need to work out whether we use these drugs singly, in combination, sequentially, and so on. But the one point that clearly comes out is that these new therapies are additive in their effects, and this is a simulation, but they're additive in the context both of cardiovascular endpoints and also in the context of kidney endpoints. And if you think back to me as that young nephrology trainee with a lot of hair, at that time it was impossible to think that you could use therapies in, let's say, diabetic kidney disease that could give you a 58% reduction in your kidney composite endpoint. And so my dream, of course, is that if we can use these therapies in the right way, that we may be able to prevent people from needing dialysis. And so I want to present to all of you a new paradigm, not just for kidney care, but for cardiokidney metabolic care, because kidney disease doesn't does not occur on its own. Patients who have kidney disease also have heart disease and diabetes and obesity. So we could surround these complex patients with these group of 4 drugs. But even more important than these drugs is the outer circle that I'm going to draw around this, which is about things like access to care and equity, things like policy and quality. And I want to focus a little bit on equity and access to care. So over 50 years ago, Martin Luther King said that of all the forms of inequality, injustice in healthcare is the most shocking and the most inhumane. And I would argue that 50 years on, there are still huge inequities across the globe, as I have shared with you, in CKD care. And so I would submit to all of you that we have to do better with these new therapies. And I really believe that there is a huge opportunity here to address this cardio-kidney metabolic obesity epidemic that is occurring in the United States, in India, across the globe, with generic versions in particular of these new drugs. And the greatest impact of these new therapies, therefore, could be in countries like India. And again, I share with you that the cost of hemodialysis for a year in India is almost 5 lakhs. The cost of a year's treatment with dapagliflozin, which had that 30% reduction in your kidney progression, is only 1,825 rupees. And in 2026, we will have in India generic versions of all of these agents except for finrenone. The big thing, of course, is that in addition to cost, you have to implement the use of these new drugs. And to do that, you have to break down the barriers to to implementation of these new therapies. And these barriers are actually similar all over the world. They are patient barriers which relate to education and awareness and self-care and empowerment of the patient and investment of the patient in his or her own disease. There are clinical barriers like guideline overload. If you put out 10 guidelines that a primary care physician has to check, the chances are that nothing will be done. There are the barriers of poverty, as we've spoken about. There is fragmentation of care as a health system barrier. There are policy barriers in terms of awareness. And then very importantly, in the kidney world, we have focused on dialysis and transplantation, not enough on prevention and education, but I think we now have the opportunity to do that. I want to focus most of all on education and awareness. I believe, and I think many of you would agree, that this is the biggest barrier to the implementation of new therapies. So if you look at the top left panel, again, this is global data, you see that only about 7 to 20% of patients with chronic kidney disease actually know that they have chronic kidney disease. And even in that 20% that knows that they have chronic kidney disease, our control as physicians of blood pressure, for example, is really not very good. Only 40% of patients who know that they have kidney disease have a blood pressure of less than 130/80. So how do we address this education and awareness barrier? And there are many ways to do that. Patient advocacy is important. Universal screening for kidney disease, I think, is very, very important. It's really important for us in nephrology because chronic kidney disease is a silent disease. To have celebrities and social media activated about the importance of kidney disease. I think there's a huge place for apps and point-of-care testing, and we really need to incentivize the education of patients and physicians. But most of all, and I smile as I say this, we need kidney champions. And I want all of you at the end of this presentation to be kidney champions for education, for awareness, for the use of new drugs. And I'm particularly looking at all the students in the back rows. It's really, it doesn't matter if you choose another specialty or even if you're not in medicine, we need more kidney champions. I will say also that these changes are not just in cardio-kidney metabolic disease. We have new therapies for lupus nephritis. There are new therapies for IgA nephropathy. We have new targets for membranous nephropathy. And the importance, in my mind, of all of these new therapies is that as nephrologists and as nephrology as a specialty, these new therapies give us an opportunity to really break out of our small and comfortable nephrology bubble, which for better or worse has been dominated by dialysis, and it allows us to play in a much larger and much more impactful playing field. A playing field that goes all the way from education and awareness to early diagnosis and testing, to the use of precision medicine and integrated care. And by integrated care, it's not just allopathic medicine, but it's also other therapies that contribute to the wellness of individuals. And if we can do all of this, we would, in fact, in the kidney world, be able to reduce the number of people going on to dialysis and reduce hospitalizations. And that would then get us closer to this dream, really, that I have of being able to cure kidney diseases. And so finally, in the last part of my presentation, I want to focus on what the kidney community, what all of us can do together in 2025 to bring us closer to this dream of curing kidney diseases. And I want to emphasize to all of you that we are just at the beginning of this journey to cure kidney disease. So if you like snakes and ladders, we are on number 10 or 15. And our job is to identify the ladders and to avoid the snakes. Another way of thinking about it is, we know where we are at the present time and we know where we want to reach. What are the catalysts that are going to help us to achieve this goal. And I'm going to talk about 3 buckets of catalysts, if you will. I'm going to talk a little bit about the things that we're doing at the present time, which are mainly enablers. I'm going to talk very briefly about the things that we need to do, and then I will spend some time talking about some issues that I think are very specific to India. So first of all, what are the things that we're already doing? And the first thing I want to mention is that if you want to move the needle, if you want to cure kidney disease, you have to bring all the stakeholders in the area of kidney care together. And one example where we did this, I think quite successfully in the United States, was through the Kidney Health Initiative, which is a public-private partnership between the Food and Drug Administration and Rob Califf, the previous FDA commissioner, was a huge supporter of this initiative, and the American Society of Nephrology. And the KHI was formed with the goal of promoting both innovation and patient safety in kidney diseases. And what the Kidney Health Initiative aimed to do was to create an innovation substrate through targeted projects. And our hope was that the output of these projects, be they white papers or data standards or workshops or roadmaps, would actually facilitate the passage of drugs, devices, and biologics into the kidney area through the creation of an innovation substrate that went all the way from biology to technology to patient care, from initial ideation and investment to the identification of druggable and deviceable targets, to clinical trial infrastructure and surrogate endpoints, to regulation and reimbursement. And one example, just one example I want to share with you, which really makes the point, is in the area of IgA nephropathy. So for nephrologists and for people who are not in nephrology, this is the commonest cause of glomerulonephritis or inflammation of the kidneys. And for 30 years of my career in nephrology, we had no treatment, or rather we had 7 different treatments, none of which actually worked. And the reason for this was that it was very complex and very costly to do clinical trials for new therapies in IgA nephropathy, because the end point for these clinical trials, as mandated by the FDA, was death, dialysis, or a doubling of serum creatinine. And since IgA nephropathy is a slowly progressive disease, the trials could take 5 years or 10 years, hugely expensive. No company wanted to do this. But what we did in a KHI project on IgA nephropathy was that we got industry players and health professionals and patients and members from the FDA together. We looked at all of the data in this area, and the FDA and health professionals and others were convinced after analysis of the available data that if you had a reduction in the leakage of protein from your kidneys in IgA nephropathy at 9 months, that would always translate into a reduction of the death, dialysis, and doubling of serum creatinine. So now you could do a clinical trial over 9 months instead of 10 years. And as a result of this, we have 3 new therapies for IgA nephropathy, over a dozen clinical trials. I would say that is the color of success. Another enabler that I think is very important as a catalyst is the Kidney Precision Medicine Project. And this is obviously about precision medicine. And what we're doing over here, and we're obviously a part of this initiative, is that we're trying to do biopsies in 1,000 patients with acute kidney injury and chronic kidney injury. And then we want to collect not just their clinical presentation, but a detailed histology, do lots of omics analyses, do functional imaging with MRI, and we hope that we put all of this together, we will be able to identify not just druggable targets for new therapies, but also novel biomarkers that could risk stratify our patients, that could tell you that patient A with chronic kidney disease will progress in 3 years to end-stage kidney disease, but patient B actually will stay fine for 20 years, because that's the way we can use our novel therapies that I've spoken about in the patients who would benefit the most for them, thereby reducing resource utilization and cost, and allow for the implementation of these new therapies across the board. Now, I've spoken a lot in this presentation about science and technology, but the most important thing always is people. And the thing that I personally am most proud about as the president of the American Society of Nephrology is that we've started a leadership program for young faculty and people in community practice. And what we do is we select 10 future leaders and champions for kidney disease. We connect them to mentors who can support their career goals. We give them career development and training over a one-year period. And then most importantly, we give them future opportunities to use their skills within ASN, within their practices, or with other partner organizations. I'm going to skip over this slide in the interest of time, and I'm going to move on to things that we should be doing. So these are dreams. And my dream is to bring artificial intelligence and big data together. So again, my dream for the future would be, can we actually combine multiple data sets from academia, from industry, from registries, payment data from insurance company, and can we put together all of this clinical and biological data, because we would take samples from these patients to link up to this data. And then could we use common data fields and data standards and intellectual property protections so that we create a real-world evidence data set, right? So it's a real-world evidence generation system that could then be used for in silico clinical trials. Imagine that, putting in questions into the database in hundreds of thousands of patients. What's the use? What is the benefit of drug A versus drug B? And we could also do target trial emulations. But the data has to be perfect. But if we could do this, that would again bring us closer to this dream of being able to choose the right patient for the right treatment at the right time. And then finally, we could take, another thing that we should be doing is, could we take that information from the Kidney Precision Medicine Project and apply it to clinical trials, so that if you have a clinical trial that targets molecule A, let's just put patients whose disease is due to molecule A into that clinical trial. Again, this is something that I think is not that much in the future, but we're actually trying to do through an initiative called Neptune Match. So now, and perhaps the most important and the final part of my oration is, what are the opportunities for changing kidney care in India? And I've just selected out 3 or 4 things with input from many friends and colleagues that I think are really important. So the first thing that's important in India, of course, is access to end-stage kidney disease care. And there's no question at all that the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, the PMJ program, and the PM dialysis program has totally changed how we can dialyze patients in India. Huge impact, tremendous impact. But I would like to go a bit further. Is it possible to have a cell phone moment in kidney replacement technology, not just in India, but across the world? So what is a cell phone moment? So a cell phone moment is, my mind, when you have a quantum leap in technology, when you use the best technology that's available to make your treatment better, but because this technology is actually cheap, you can do it at a reduced cost. And cell phones, in my mind, are the best example of this. But what a cell phone moment means, not just in India, but across the world, is that maybe that could allow us to move away from the current model of dialysis, which is high water use, huge infrastructure needs. And again, my dream would be, could the dialysis device of the future be robust, be portable, be battery operated? Could it run on 3 liters of water? I've left my cell phone over there, but could it be the size of my cell phone that could be strapped onto my arm? And the reality is that in order to do that, you have to regenerate the dialysate or the water. And the normal way of regenerating dialysate is shown on the left, which is through multiple layers of adsorption. And it was big and heavy and bulky. But we now have new technologies like the photooxidation of urea into nitrogen and carbon dioxide. And we're going to be doing the pig studies for this innovation. And then in our own lab, we're working with graphene oxide membranes, which a membrane about the size of the tip of my finger has the surface area of a football field, right? So that allows for miniaturization of the dialysis machine, and the membranes allow for selectivity. So you could say that molecule A is the one that is bad and makes patients feel awful, and you could pull that out. The second thing I want to talk about, and this is obviously very close to all of you, is CKD of unknown origin, or Udannam nephropathy. Dr. Ravi Raju was the person who first identified this in India. It is a form of chronic kidney disease that occurs primarily in agricultural workers in hot areas of the world. So it's not just in Udannam, it also occurs in Sri Lanka, in Central America. It is characterized by a progressive loss of renal function due to a tubulointerstitial nephritis, and the incidence of chronic kidney disease in areas that are affected are huge. So you go from 7% incidence or prevalence of chronic kidney disease to 25%, the majority of which is actually not due to diabetes or hypertension. And the biggest problem is we still don't know the cause of this disease. Is it something in the water? Is it heavy metals? Is it pesticides? Is it fertilizers? Is it dehydration in combination with non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs? And the fact that we don't know what it is a huge problem for the people who live in this area. And what Dr. Ravi Raju has again pioneered actually, and this will start soon, is a comprehensive research program where he's not only going to do high-quality epidemiological screening, but he's also going to look at the soil and the water. He's going to take blood and kidney biopsy tissue, if possible, to do genomic and transcriptomic and proteomic analyses. And our hope is very much that this will allow us, this holistic approach will allow us to identify the environmental cause and the mechanistic pathways, and really to remove the causative factors, and also, most importantly, to try and identify predictive biomarkers. Now, I will say that everything on this slide is science and technology, but Dr. Ravi Raju and I had the opportunity to go to Udannam yesterday. And it's a very different scenario. We went down 2 streets that had about 20 houses, and we saw 3 or 4 patients on hemodialysis just in those 15 or 20 houses. And almost every house in that village had somebody who either was on dialysis, who had died because of kidney failure, was suffering from chronic kidney disease. And so it's not just about creatinine. These patients' lives, their prospects for marriage, the uncertainty is destroying their life, and they are all desperate to understand more than anything else why this is happening and what they can do to prevent it. And I definitely hope, Ravi, that the study that you're doing will be able to identify the cause. The last thing I'll say about India is that, and this is for kidney disease across the world, a startup mindset is important, right? So if you have a small company with a new technology that can filter or desalinate water, we want that small company to come into the kidney field. We want to develop new companies that focus on kidney disease problems. And I will say that India has great startups, right? It is actually now the number 2 country that after the United States in terms of the number of startups. There are 40 Indian startups shown in the right panel, 40, that have become unicorns or $1 billion companies. But there are very few startups in medical devices and in apps. And I think there's a huge opportunity for physicians and others, because at the end of the day, for a startup, it's the idea that's important. You have to ask the right question. You have to identify the right gaps in care. And again, this just shows you by state the number of startups in India. I will say Andhra Pradesh could do better, so I hope it does do better in the future. So I want to end this oration with two messages, and they are not messages about science at all. So the first message is actually an African proverb that was given to me by a colleague at the FDA. And the proverb says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I would say that we absolutely want to go far in kidney care. We want to be disruptive in our innovation. We want to have good outcomes at an affordable cost with equitable access. And to do this, we have to go together. Physicians, scientists, engineers, industry partners, federal agencies, professional societies, and patients. And when you think about patients, you get a sense of urgency. One of the things that I didn't show you till now is that, and this is US data, if you are a dialysis patient in the United States, your 5-year survival for all comers is 41%. This is worse than almost all forms of cancers other than some forms of liver, biliary, pancreatic, and brain cancer. And so if you go to Udannam, for example, there is an urgency, a huge urgency, not just to find the cause, but also to get treatments that could prevent the progression. And so I actually feel that we need to change this proverb, and not only do we need to go far, but we also need to go fast because our patients are waiting. And then my last point is also about patients. Innovation and change is always about people more than anything else. And Margaret Mead said, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful and committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. And in the context of chronic kidney disease, I would say that there is no question at all that chronic kidney disease is a global problem. And the only way to cure kidney diseases is through a global and multidisciplinary initiative. So again, one of the things that I'm really proud of in the context of ASN is that not only have we linked up, this is the American Society of Nephrology, not only have we linked up with other large organizations such as the European Renal Association and the International Society of Nephrology, but we've also tried really hard to develop contacts and collaborations with individual societies of nephrology. And the two that we have selected out are the Japanese Society of Nephrology and the Indian Society of Nephrology. And finally, I started my talk by saying that I was going to talk about connecting the dots. But I think what's even more important than connecting the dots is connecting people together in this fight against chronic kidney disease. And when you're talking about people, I've been incredibly lucky to have been influenced with regard to what I presented to you by a whole host of different people from the American Society of Nephrology and the Kidney Health Initiative, very much from the FDA. I am so lucky to have a wonderful set of people in the lab, and I am proud of the fact that my collaborators are really not just from nephrology or medicine, but they're from radiology and mathematics and chemistry and animal science and mechanical engineering and chemical engineering. The way to change kidney disease is to bring in the best minds from all the other specialties around you. And so finally and most importantly, thanks to all of you for your attention. I'm truly honored to get this oration. Thank you.
Good evening, all of you. Thank you very much, Dr. Prabir Rai Chowdhury, for your wonderful presentation. As you said, American Society of Nephrology is the most prestigious society in the world, and being a president check. American Society of Nephrology is the most prestigious society in the world. And Dr. Prabir Rai Chaudhary is president of ASN. And bringing president of ASN to this oration is an Herculean task. It can only possible to my teacher, my professor, Dr. Raviraj sir. I'm extremely thankful to Dr. Prabir Rai Chaudhary for his wonderful presentation. Rightly, he said about CKD is a common, CKD is deadly, and CKD is costly. See, the prevalence of CKD in India is around 10%. That is, nearly 15 crores of people in India are suffering from chronic kidney disease. It is deadly because why people fearing about CKD? Just because of every CKD patient thinks about dialysis. But beyond dialysis, there are 4 or 5 stages. There is a lot of scope for intervention in these stages. Dr. Prabir Rai rightly mentioned about various emerging therapies in these 4 or 5 stages of where there are a lot of intervention. And we are also extremely thankful to Dr. Prabir Rai for his innovative approach and his and his hope about CKD therapies. And also we are also express our extreme thankfulness to Dr. Prabir Rai Chaudhary and his vision about inclusion in innovation is definitely helpful in treating chronic kidney disease patient. I request Dr. Prabir Rai Chaudhary to include our researchers in the upcoming researchers and also include our Indian nephrologists into the upcoming research projects. Thank you very much, sir.
I wish to thank Dr. Prabir Rai Chaudhary for having given a very scholarly exposition of a very important subject and a common subject. And your take-home message has been very clear, sir. The dreaming big and innovation through research is the need of the hour. And the equality in the healthcare has been very well put in by you. And the importance of advocacy, the importance of education and awareness, and the integrated approach of screening as well as treatment is the prime, and the PPP mode of having the industry as well as the associations coming together is the key in the success. And the biology and the technology together will ultimately give us the best patient care. And thank you very much for giving the tips to our own country and the opportunities in the kidney care in India as well. Thank you so much for your scholarly presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to rise and give a standing ovation for an excellent exposition on the cure of the kidney care, which is the hope for us for the future.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for the scholarly presentation. We now move on to the next oration, that is the oration of Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy. I invite the chairpersons, Dr. E. Pedavi Raju and Dr. L.R.S. Girinath, and the awardee onto the dais.
డాక్టర్ పొదిలి బ్రహ్మయ్య శాస్త్రి ఆరేషన్కి ఎంపిక కాబడ్డ మిత్రుడు డాక్టర్ నాగేశ్వర రెడ్డికి అభినందనలు. ఫ్రమ్ ఏ స్టూడెంట్ ఇన్ కర్నూలు మెడికల్ కాలేజ్ టు బికమ్ ద ప్రెసిడెంట్ ఆఫ్ ది వరల్డ్ గ్యాస్ట్రోఎంటరాలజీ అసోసియేషన్, ద ఫస్ట్ ఇండియన్ టు బికమ్ ద ఫస్ట్ గ్యాస్ట్రోఎంటరాలజీ అసోసియేషన్ is a big leap, and hard work, honesty and bravery are the three qualities which I saw in Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy to become the great doctor. So today is oration. The topic is how to become a great doctor. Dr. D. N. Reddy.
Thank you, Dr. Pedavi Raju. I think for me, coming back to Vizag always is very nostalgic because, as Dr. Pedavi Raju said, I was just born a few feet away from here, and spent the first part of my life in the city. So it's very nostalgic to come back, and I'm extremely grateful to the committee, Dr. Raviraju and others, for giving me this opportunity to talk on this very prestigious oration. If you look at the previous orators, they are so famous, and to co-chair this along with Dr. Prabir Roy is indeed a big privilege for me, and I'm truly humbled by this. I'm not going to talk to you about gastroenterology. In fact, Dr. Pedaviraju told me you should talk about how to become a great doctor. Now, that's a difficult topic. He said, don't talk gastroenterology, only talk how to become a great doctor. So, I have two problems. One is to follow the lecture of Dr. Prabir Rao, which was so good, and second, to talk on a difficult topic, because it is very difficult to define who is actually a great doctor. So I always start my talks on medicine with this very famous painting, and for those of you who don't know, this is the most famous painting by a painter ever done on medicine. So if you put Google painting doctor, this will come. This was done in 1887, and actually it was showing a country doctor here sitting. You can see the doctor here sitting beside a patient, a small child who's dying of a diarrheal disease. At this point of time, the doctor didn't have any diagnostic techniques like scans and so on. He did not have any magic pills to cure the patient, but still his parents of the child who was sitting behind him was actually the painter, Sir Luke Fields. He was so impressed with the empathy that this painter showed to the child that he drew this very famous painting. Empathy was behind all this, and that doctor had what most doctors now, as doctors, we don't have empathy. So what is medicine? Medicine is a combination of science, which we learn throughout our 5 years in our course of MBBS, MD, DM, whatever you do. Medicine is art, which we are not taught at all in our medical school, which we have to learn by ourselves over a period of time. And finally, empathy, which is never mentioned anywhere, both during our course and during what we do in a practice. So these are the three components of medicine, and let me dissect this to show you how to become a great doctor. So let's start with the science, because that's the most important, that's where we are trained. Now when you talk about science of medicine, again, as medical students, all of you are taught about randomized control trials. This is called evidence-based medicine. All our treatment is based upon this randomized control trial. One group is given medicine, one group is not, is given a placebo. And if they respond well to the medicine, we say this is positive and start the treatment. This is evidence-based medicine. When I was a medical student, a lot of my professors used to tell that in my experience, 10 years experience, I have treated a patient like this, he became all right. And we used to make fun of this. This was called experience-based medicine, right? So let's look at this evidence-based medicine and experience to see. So this was a study published in British Medical Journal, very prestigious journal, in the year 2003. What the authors wanted to, they reviewed the literature to see if there is any study to show whether parachute use will prevent major trauma and death if somebody jumps from the top. So if you jump from the top, parachute is supposed to prevent. Is there any studies to show that it prevents? Any randomized control studies? There are no randomized control studies. So there is no evidence to suggest that parachutes actually protect people when they're jumping from the heights. So when the study came, people made a lot of noise. They said, you have to actually conduct a study, not look at all the systematic reviews. So they conducted a study, again published in British Medical Journal in 2018. So what they did is they took two groups of volunteers. One group put parachute on and jumped down. One group are supposed to jump without parachute down. So naturally, the second group, everybody refused. They said, we don't want to be volunteer for this, RCT. So what did they do? They lowered the indication. That is, they said, okay, instead of height, you jump from 10 feet. So when they put the lower indication, 23 persons agreed to do this trial, randomized control trial. In these 23 patients who did this RCT of persons, people who wore the parachute had more injuries because they're trying to open the parachute when they're dropping that. Whereas people who didn't wear the parachute were better. So according to the conclusion of this study is parachute is not beneficial for jumping from heights, but may actually be dangerous. So this is a problem with studies, medical studies. If you don't look at the study very carefully, study what happened, study what is the sample size, how the sample size reduced, how the indication reduced, you will think this study conclusion. So all our conclusions we just blindly accept. Even in prestigious journals like the New England Journal of Medicine or Lancet, there are studies which are very biased, but we accept it because we think this is published in the New England Journal. So you have to be very careful about RCT studies. There is still definite evidence that medicine is not now and there never has been an exact science. Despite the exercise of the greatest skills, things can go wrong. We're talking about the science of medicine on which we put so much in. So let me show you a recent example. This was a 59-year-old male patient who came to me with recurrent fever. He had a peculiar rash on his back, and of course he had symptoms which came up and down, a high CRP level. Excellent response to steroid, but getting back his rash, abdominal pain again. So I couldn't come to a diagnosis. So I called, when you don't come to a diagnosis, usually we call our rheumatology colleagues because they have multi-system approach. So I called one of my young rheumatologist colleagues and he saw this patient and told me immediately this is a Vexus syndrome. I never heard about it. I said, what is this Vexus syndrome? He said, you get the genetic analysis done to confirm this. So we got a genetic analysis and it confirmed that he had actually a mutation in one of his genes, and what he had was a Vexus syndrome, which is actually a vacuolar E1 enzyme X-linked. So this was a specific syndrome. He made a brilliant diagnosis. Was he a great doctor? Was he a brilliant doctor? So I started thinking that this guy was really good. So what I did was, I went to ChatGPT and put in all the patient symptoms, and the diagnosis was Vexus syndrome. So you see, this is the point to tell you that science of medicine is changing rapidly. You don't have to know exactly you don't have to know exactly mug everything in textbooks like what we used to do when we were students. This is to all the students there. Read your textbooks like stories. You don't have to remember them, you just have to enjoy them and forget it immediately after you read them. You don't have, because you can always go into all this OpenGI and so on, which will give you the solutions. The second aspect of medicine is the technical skills. We are taught technical skills because we are told that this skill you do as a part of a great doctor. A great doctor is to be a great surgeon who has a great technical skill. Now this has changed completely with the advent of robotics, with the advent of so many minimally invasive things. You don't have to be really technically good. You have to just go on practicing to do something and then you can become good. As Aristotle famously said that we go on practicing, you become very good. In fact, there's a wrong notion that you get excellence because you're born excellent. This is wrong. There used to be a very famous surgeon in Vizag called S.S. Reddy. Some of you know him. He was supposed to be a very good surgeon. Everybody used to say gifted surgeon, born as a gifted surgeon. I was related to him. Once I went into his house late night. He was sitting on his bed stitching the bed sheets. So I asked him, what are you doing? He said, I'm practicing suturing. Practicing suturing so much of time so that everybody thought he was an expert, but it was a practice that made him an expert. One of the things that we should do as doctors is, this is again very important, is that how we think may change in different ways. There are two ways of thinking. When you get a problem, you think an emergency problem, you have to think fast and solve it. But if you have a complex problem, you have to think rationally and slow, get over it. So this thinking fast and thinking slow is a part of our medical training which we are not taught at all. Great doctors have this ability. They can think fast when there's an emergency, they can think slow when they don't have an emergency. So this is an example of an example. I don't know whether this video will play. Can we play the video? So this was a doctor who was one of the world's greatest endoscopists, Dr. Michael Burke. He was doing a procedure in one of our endoscopy workshops, and he was cutting off an ampullary tumor. And as he cut the tumor, you can see suddenly there was huge amount of blood coming out. So when you see something, you panic. Now he's not panicking, he's thinking fast. He thinks, what should we do to stop the bleed? He immediately takes out a biopsy, heart biopsy forceps. He's instructing the doctors, talking to all the audience, thousands of audience sitting there, what should be done, not bothered about what is happening. These are the attributes of a great technician, a great doctor, great technician, and he stops the bleed in just a few seconds' time. So this is an important aspect. We can go back to the slides. So what is now very evident is that these technical skills you can develop with continuous research, continuous training. So you don't have to be born brilliant or born great. You can develop this as continuous training. So in conclusion, the science of medicine is not important at all. You can't become a great doctor because you're great at science of medicine. The science of medicine is to know how to access this knowledge. You don't have to have the knowledge, how to access knowledge. As Einstein said very famously, imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited. Imagination encircles the world. So if you know how to access knowledge, if you have the imagination, you become a great doctor. You don't have to actually have the knowledge, which is very paradoxical. I know that some people think why science is not important, why. This is because of the two reasons I told you. At present, we don't have to know everything about science, we can get access to it. Now coming to the second, this is the most important aspect of practice of medicine. This is what differentiates bad doctors, good doctors, and great doctors. This is the art of medicine. And let me show you some of these. There are three things in the art of medicine: communication, team leadership, and attitude. These are very important. There's a very famous book called Power of Passion by Angela Duckworth, and I recommend you to read this book. In this book, she tells you clearly what differentiates a good doctor from a great doctor. All the people here who are trained, who have technical skills, are good doctors, right? They're good doctors, but they're not great doctors. Why? The difference is one. The difference is, for a great doctor, in addition to the talent, effort, and skill, is the communication. A great doctor is one who has communication skills which are definitely above others, and that's what differentiates. And that's again something that all of you have to work on, because when you mean by communication, not just how you talk to the patients, how you talk to relatives, but how you listen. 70% of communication for doctors is listening. Very, very important. How you listen to a patient, the attention you pay. There's a difference between hearing and listening. You can hear the patient, but you're not. So when you're listening to the patient, you have to show some attention to the patient so that you know. So this is very important. The second important thing is when you're communicating with the patient wants definite information. You cannot tell the patient, I'm not sure what it is, let us see what to do. Especially in our context in India, the patients want you to tell them definitely this is this, this is this. So this is very important. So to solve this problem, we have a problem now. What problem is that in modern medicine, even in our country, unfortunately, these electronic medical records and all are becoming very, very important. You have to, so the 20 minutes I spend with the patient, 15 to 17 minutes I'm actually looking at the computer, typing the patient. I'm not looking at patient eye to eye, which is the most important communications. So to overcome this now, in our institute, Rakesh is here, he leads this. We have developed what is called the Prescription Record and Intelligent Summary Maker, where I'm talking to the patient, all the time talking to the patient. I don't do anything on the computer, and the computer picks up my conversation and makes it into a segmented form like this, so I get a form. So we are trying to get back our art of communication, and this is extremely important because this is the only way we can be better doctors. The second aspect of doctors is that, unfortunately, again, students, we are trained to act alone. You have a problem, mostly you're acting alone. You're not working as teams. This is a very important aspect of medicine that is neglected. In fact, I was having dinner once with a very big industrialist, Mr. Narayan Murthy, and asked him, so whenever I meet these people, I ask them, tell me in one sentence, what was the reason for your success? And he said, I don't want one sentence. I just want one word, and the word is team. Good doctors become great doctors because of their team. This is very, very important. Unless you have a good team, you can't become a great doctor. Look at this, World Cup 2023, there are two teams, Afghanistan, with average players, average and so on. Pakistan, brilliant players, individual players were brilliant. But who won in the match? Afghanistan won, because they were a better team as a team than Pakistan. So this is a very important message. And for us actually at AAG, I'm fortunate that we have this fantastic team. And without the team, we couldn't have achieved anything of what we have achieved to this day. So I think team is very important. For doctors who want to become really great doctors, they have to think of developing a team, otherwise you won't. The second important thing about a great doctor is leadership skills. Where whatever area of practicing, you may have a small practice, small clinic, 10 people for leadership. You may have a big institution, 10,000 people, you're the leader. Whatever, the leadership skills are very important. For example, leader has to do a lot of oxymoron things. He has to be strict sometimes. He has to be soft sometimes. He has to be dismissive sometimes. He has to be appreciative sometimes. He has to be disconnected. Otherwise, you get bugged with so many people talk to you. And sometimes he has to show empathy to the employees. So these are very different roles that the leaders, and again as doctors, we are not trained to do this. We are trained only to show our emotions to the patients. We are not trained to have this kind of... So the second important thing about leadership is the three most underused phrases. We don't thank our staff. We don't say, I'm sorry when you're wrong. But the most important thing, again, in a great doctor or a great leader that is attributed is that we have to ask our team, our colleagues, what do you think? We do this always in our hospital. Whenever we get a new consultant, we'll ask rest of the consultants, what do you think of him? Should we take him? When you do a major equipment, we ask, what do you think? Should we get this? So this is very important. And only as a team, I think, doing this, with good leadership, we can actually act. And one of the important things as doctors, even great doctors have seen this in practice, is inability to communicate their anger properly to either the patient, relatives, or staff, and so on. We just shout. When you get angry, you just shout. But this is absolutely wrong. A great doctor does it in reference. He does it by the sandwich technique. Now, what do you mean by the sandwich technique? If you're angry at somebody, you call him into your room and tell him you're doing some great work, and then shout at him for the next half an hour, whatever you want to. And he's going back, again to him, okay, you're doing good work, continue. So this is called the sandwich technique. The person who gets shouted doesn't know he gets shouted at, but he realizes that it is a mistake and he has to correct it. So this is, again, very important. The last aspect is becoming a great doctor is attitude. And this is the most important thing that differentiates an average doctor from a great doctor. Humility, positivity, and networking. These have become very important. Humility is, of course, very important. We know that. I'll come back to it later. But the attitude, how does the attitude differentiate different people? This is a very interesting book. Actually, it's a very controversial book, banned in many countries. It's called The Troublesome Inheritance. In this book, Nicholas Wade has a suggestion that certain races are superior to other races intellectually, and gives the examples of Jewish race. He says that in the Jewish race, in the brain, they have an enzyme, MAO enzyme, which is in large quantities, and this makes them more intelligent than the rest of the races. Now, this is something that one should never talk in public. They get into trouble and all, so on and on. But he managed to publish his book. So therefore, what happens, and this is something we don't accept, but we see in a medical college, for example, these three dots will represent three different groups of students with different abilities. There are ones who are performing very well. They do extremely well. Those who are average and those who are below average. And as we go along in our career, we will find that they have a different potential as they blossom. And this is from the book Hidden Potential by Adam Grant. And what happens is that most average people can remain average. Right? Pass MBBS, does local, somewhere MD locally, has a practice, is doing well. There are others who are brilliant in the college. We have many examples, extremely brilliant students, but then as they go along, they don't do well. Something happens, they become either alcoholics, they become bad doctors, and so on. And there's some who are average, you think, below average. In your class, you must have noticed that this fellow was the bottom of the class, failed once or twice. But when they go into real life, they're super achievers. They do extremely well. So what differentiates these three people? And this is a big study which Adam Grant has shown very nicely, that it's attitude 5 years after medical school that differentiates. Those who have an attitude of humility, those who have attitude to learn, those who have networking, they are the ones who do extremely well in spite of what the original performance is. So to be a great doctor, this attitude is extremely important. So again, Adam Grant's very interesting study. This was actually, he took all, not doctors, but all achievers, great achievers, went back to what happened in their school 20 years back, 30 years back. And what he found was, it was not that extraordinarily smart people who did well, but those who were disciplined in school, who came at 8 o'clock in the morning, went at 5 o'clock in the morning, those who showed determination from interviews with the teachers he found, and those who had this attitude were the ones who did well. So our basic intelligence, when we think we are brilliant and all, doesn't matter at all. It is our ability to change any time within the beginning of a career that ultimately determines how good or great we are. And this is a very important lesson for the students. And of course, humility. In fact, I was in Milano a few years back, and I saw this statue. This was Michelangelo's making he was one of the world's greatest sculptor. He was actually doing this statue, and he couldn't finish it. And he had written, in his book, 88 years old, he died shortly after that. He said, I'm still learning. I'm still learning. The greatest sculpture in the world at 88 years saying still learning. It's with doctors the same thing. We keep on learning 88, 19, and some of the greatest doctors I've seen are those who are curious even at the age of 80 or 90. They want to learn. There are people who take up, and many examples I can tell you of very old professors still reading recent journals because they're curious, they're learning. And this is what a great doctor does. The other very important for right attitude for excellence or to become a great doctor is this attitude of what is called the comfort zone attitude. And again, Rajat Gupta was in our institute and I asked him, he was from the McKinsey, how did you become so famous? He said a simple thing, that whenever you reach a comfort zone, and this is very, very apt for the doctors, good doctors also, they all reach one comfort zone. You have good practice, you're working in a good institution, you have your family, everybody is happy, so you reached a comfort zone. When you reach a comfort zone, even a good doctor just stays as a good doctor. To become a great doctor, you have to shift the bar to a higher level. Think next. Okay, now I got good practice, I want to start institution, next I want to do this, next I want to do research and so on. So setting a higher bar is the most important aspect, jumping from a good doctor to a great doctor. So success is not an accident, it's a result of attitude. All these big doctors, great doctors we see there, and say, if you think you can, you can. If you think you cannot, you cannot. Either way you're right. If you say, I cannot do this, you may be right. But if you say, I want to do this, then you're. So the most important thing here I want to emphasize is positivity. The greatest quality I found in all the real great doctors is positivity. They're surrounded by positivity. When you sit in a room with them, when you talk to them, you see how positive they are. Negative doctors will never become great doctors. Negativity comes in between greatness and whatever you are. So this is very, very, surround yourself up, very important. So three kinds of people who make things happen, people who watch things happen, and some of your classmates will wonder what happened, how did this fellow become like this? So this is, so it's only the real success comes to doers and not observers, very important to remember. So the winner has a solution for every problem, the loser has a problem for every solution. And this is what we find whenever we have meetings in a hospital with doctors. We'll ask some problem is there. Some of the good doctors or great doctors come with a solution. The others they keep on giving problems for even this thing. So this is. So the great doctor has three important things. One is positivity I told you about. Second is compartmentalization, and third is physical act. This is three important ones. Positivity, we already discussed. What is compartmentalization? All of us have problems. We are doctors, but we have problems in our house. We have problems sometimes with the family, sometimes with monetary aspects. Some sort of problems are always there. Unfortunately, an average doctor will carry these problems into work. These problems he carries to the work, and then that affects his decision making. I've seen some of the finest doctors making wrong decisions because of something behind their back of having some problem in the house. They just had a fight with his wife and came here to the clinic and that way. So you have to avoid that. And the way to avoid that is what is called the compartmentalization. See this? So this is George Bush, President of the United States. When the World Trade Center was hit, he was taking a class to a student. He was told this: the World Trade Center is hit, thousands of people are dying. See, no reaction. He's compartmentalized. He put it in back of the mind. He continues with the class. And after 10 or 15 minutes later, finished his class, goes out and deals with this. He's been trained as the President of the American Society, President of the United States to do this. We as doctors are not trained to do this. We carry our problems to our clinics. And unless we separate out, unless we compartmentalize, we cannot become really great doctors. And of course, the second aspect of this is the physical activity. I think this is what is neglected. I think this is where to compliment Padavir Raj also, how he's emphasizing that is very, very important. I think it's terrible to see a doctor who's so physically slobby trying to treat patients. Physical activity is extremely important. We have to emphasize, unless we are physically active, we cannot become really great doctors. I think this is a very important thing. So the other thing I wanted to talk to you about is this burnout syndrome. Many great doctors, very early in their career, get burnt out. Burnt out is a syndrome that they get fatigued, they don't want to. And this is an example of a doctor from Visakhapatnam. Padviraj also knows about him. Others also may know, maybe Shiva also. This is a fantastic, brilliant doctor. He was very good in his medicine, great empathy for the patient, great at communicating. He was practicing in Bangalore, he was from Visakhapatnam. At the age of 55, he burnt out. He said, I've had enough, I'm finished. Now, all his greatness as a doctor was wasted for the society because he was himself burnt out. So this burnout syndrome becomes a huge problem, and as doctors, we have to avoid this. Otherwise, however good you are, however great you are, you get a burnout syndrome. So this is something that you avoid. Now look at this. 1933, there were very few people online. Most of them were spending time with their family, friends, and schools and neighbors. And what happened? 1948, 1949, still fairly good, still family, friends, and all. Still few with co-workers. Again, they're spending. Friends and family still came. Family became a little more constricted as we go. 1978, 79, 81, and 84. And as you go further, it is in 1990s that the online internet was introduced. Online came, emails came, communication changed. And by 2010, you see how it's completely overtaken. Online now became the primary method. 2025, majority of us as doctors are spending more time online, so the emails online, compared to what is happening. So which means that, they want me to stop? Okay. So that's okay, you can go to the so you see what happened is that we have as a society changed completely, and doctors are not immune to this. And doctors are now exposed to so much of online content, social media. We find it very difficult. I see many of our junior doctors, important thing going on, session going on, they'll be on their, phone, putting on the social media, putting this, Facebooks and so on. Actually, I don't know most of them because I don't get into it, but I believe Facebook occupies nearly 50-60% of what doctors are doing now. I think this is, again, you can never become a great doctor if you're spending all your time online like this. This has to change. Now, how to avoid burnout and how to be a good, great doctor is to work hard. People say, no, don't work hard. Nobody can work hard. Hard work is the most boring thing in the life. The getaway from it is to work smart, enjoy your work. If you enjoy your work, it becomes an enjoyment, so you don't have to really work hard. And this actually enhances excellence. In fact, my job, most of the day, the whole day is to do endoscopies. Maybe 30, 40, 50, 60 endoscopies. It's a boring job if you look at it. If I have to think about it as it's a boring job. But I've converted it into something that I enjoy. Every endoscopy I do, I enjoy. I see a picture, I see a movie, I see something in the patient which makes it very easy for me to actually continuously do this thing. So the only way to work hard is to enjoy your work, and this is what we call working smart. That small 1% change, working smart, can make a difference between what you do and how you become a great doctor. This is very important. So now coming to the last aspect of how you can be a great doctor, empathy. And this to me is the most important aspect that differentiates a great doctor from a good or an average doctor, empathy. And this is something that is not taught in medical schools. This is something which cannot be taught. This is something which is innate and has to come. It's very important to distinguish sympathy from empathy. Sympathy is feeling for others, feeling sorry for them. Whereas empathy is putting yourself in the shoes. And for the medical student, this is very important. Put yourself into the shoes of the patient has come. The patient may be your sister, your brother, your child, or so on. So when you start thinking that way, then you start developing empathy. In fact, the three things that you should differentiate: sympathy, empathy, and compassion. And if you want to become a really great doctor, empathy and compassion are a must. Otherwise, you'll never be a great doctor. And empathy is, I feel for your suffering, I understand it, and I feel with you. And compassion is, that is moved by you. So these three things should be very important. You don't have to be sympathetic, you have to be empathetic, you have to be compassionate to be a great doctor. One of my gurus was Michel Kramer, a very great endoscopist from Belgium. I once asked Michel, how can I become a good doctor or a great endoscopist? He said the first important thing is not how to, but how to be a good human being. If you're a good human being, you automatically become a great doctor. And this is a very important message. So then our indications for doing procedures, indication of how we treat our patients completely change. Because very famously Mark Twain had said, kindness is a language which the deaf can hear and the blind can see. So I'm emphasizing on this on and on again because we are losing this touch. As doctors, we have to be empathetic, we have to be compassionate. Otherwise, one can never be even a good doctor, let alone a great doctor. Compassion and empathy is the most important aspects. Science is secondary to this. We can be the greatest scientist in the world, but you can never be the greatest doctor unless you have this thing with you. And of course, part of this is that as doctors, we give back to the society, and I think Pravara also showed the excellent work that Ravi Raju is doing in the rural areas. I think it's part of our work has to do with this, that we give back to society. I think I'd like to remind the audience here, especially the students, what Mother Teresa was supposed to be, very religious, said, that hands that help are holier than the lips that pray. We as doctors are the guardians of the health of the patients. The patients come to us with immense trust, giving our whole body to them. Every organ which costs millions of rupees is given to us to look after, and we have to be cognizant of that, and of course we have to take care of this, otherwise we are. When you talk about great doctors in literature, you hear of these people, everybody, John Hunter, Theodore Billroth, William Osler, Peabody. What do these great doctors have to make them really great? And I'll summarize this in these 10 qualities of a great doctor. Leadership. Leads by example, empowers others, acts with integrity, driven to succeed, engages in active listening, very important. Resilient in changes, shows empathy, holds themselves accountable, inspires through vision, and prioritizes the team growth. All summarizing what I told you now, and this is what makes these visionaries or great doctors that we look about. In 2016, I became the president of the World Gastroenterology Endoscopy Group. This was the world's largest endoscopy group. And this was the proudest moment for me, not all these awards and all. The proudest moment because the president of the American Society, the president of the European Society, the president of the Japanese Society were all reporting to an Indian. To me, this was the greatest moment. And I owe this movement or whatever I achieved to one incident that occurred in my life, and I'd like to end with this incident to show how you can be motivated. And this is my dad, Dr. Bhaskar Reddy, who was working here in pathology, as many of you, his colleagues, and were with him. He was a very principled pathologist, and he was part of my inspiration. But he, of course, asked me to, in fact, when I joined pathology, he made me get out from that and become a clinician, because he said pathology may not have so much research. So I became a clinician, and I came back from PGI in 1984 to work in Hyderabad. My dad, as a pathologist, hasn't earned much money. We were a lower economic class people at that point of time. We didn't have money, and also I entered into practice. And somebody who comes from that class is very hungry to make money. So I had a very vigorous practice. I went into therapeutic endoscopy, and by 1995, 10 years, huge practice. I made a lot of money. I thought I was very successful. I was, So one day, in 1995, my dad called me to his house and told me, "Son, I'm very disappointed with you. You're a failure in life." I was surprised. I said, "Why failure in life? I've gone to the best schools. I got a seat in PGI, only one seat. I did well there. I've come, I got a huge practice. I'm making money." He said, yes, you're making money. You're making money for yourself. Have you built institutions? Have you taught any students? Have you published any papers? Have you done any research? Are you treating any underprivileged patients? For all this, my answer was no. No, if all these things he said, I was no. So in his opinion, I was a failure, a total failure. At that moment, I realized that I have to change my life. I have to stop doing what I'm doing and start doing what he was suggesting I should do. And that moment actually changed what all I did. And that the moment, for me, he was the greatest doctor who taught me the true art of medicine. Thank you very much.
So they can follow all these guidelines. Basically, I feel this lecture has to be renamed as how to become a great human being first. That's what I felt after listening to this talk. I have heard Dr. D. Nagesh Reddy for a lot of times, but this is the best lecture I ever heard. Thank you, sir. I think he really awaits a standing ovation for his lecture. Thank you. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Department of Gastroenterology, we have a little felicitation for our dear Dr. D. Nagesh Reddy sir, because he has come to Andhra Medical College after he has been awarded with Padma Vibhushan. So I invite all my faculty and students to come up on stage. And also Dr. T. Raviraju sir, Dr. Rai Chaudhary, Radha madam.
పనిచేయట్లేదా? హలో, నమస్తే. నమస్తే. ఈరోజు ఒక 26 ఇయర్స్ బ్యాక్ రియల్గా నా లైఫ్లో జరిగిన ఇన్సిడెంట్ చెప్తాను. అంటే దానికి దీనికి సంబంధం ఏంటి ఉంది. దిస్ ఇస్ ద రైట్ టైమ్ అండ్ రైట్ ప్లేస్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ ట్రూ స్టోరీ ఆఫ్ రీబర్త్. 26 ఇయర్స్ బ్యాక్ నేను సింగరేణి కాలరీస్లో డెర్మటాలజిస్ట్ కింద వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాను. అది 22 సెప్టెంబర్ 1999. నా ఓపీ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత అరౌండ్ 4 o'clock మా కొలీగ్తో మాట్లాడుతున్నాను. పక్కన మాడుతుంటే నా కడుపులో ఇబ్బందిగా ఉంది. అయినప్పటికీ మేనర్స్ కాదు కదా, ఒక 1 hour అలాగే వెయిట్ చేశాను. తర్వాత టాయిలెట్కి వెళ్తే ఒక డార్క్ కలర్డ్ కాదు, గ్రీనిష్ స్టూల్స్ వచ్చింది. సరే ఏదో తోటకూర ఏదో తిన్నాను కదా అనుకున్నాను అనమాట. తర్వాత ఇంకా అక్కడి నుంచి మెలీనా స్టార్ట్ అయింది. ఒక 10 సార్లు స్టూల్స్ అయినాయి. ఆ తర్వాత ఫ్రాంక్ బ్లడ్. వెంటనే మా దగ్గరలో హాస్పిటల్ ఉంది, మా హాస్పిటల్ వెళ్తే ఐవి ఫ్లూయిడ్స్ అవి పెట్టారు, కానీ రికవర్ కాలేదు. తర్వాత నెక్స్ట్ నియరెస్ట్ ప్లేస్ మంచిర్యాల, అక్కడ తీసుకెళ్లారు, సర్జన్ దగ్గర ఉంచారు. సరే ఏదో హీమోస్టాటిక్స్ అవి పెట్టారు, అది నైట్ అనమాట, ఇంకా రికవర్ అవ్వట్లేదు. తర్వాత మా నెక్స్ట్ డేకి హైదరాబాద్ షిఫ్ట్ చేయడానికి రెడీ చేసుకుంటున్నారు, అంబులెన్స్ అని రెడీ చేసుకుంటున్నారు. ఈ లోపల మా వైఫ్ డబ్బులు తెచ్చుకుంటాం కానీ హాస్పిటల్కి వెళ్ళింది. ఆ తర్వాత సడన్గా నాకు సివియర్గా బ్లడ్ పోయింది కంప్లీట్గా. అంటే ఆల్మోస్ట్ నేను ఇంకా డయింగ్ స్టేజ్లో ఉన్నాను, ఇంకా నాకు అన్కాన్షియస్ అయిపోయాను కంప్లీట్గాను. అప్పుడు నేను నెక్స్ట్ డేని ఆ నైట్ హైదరాబాద్ తీసుకెళ్ళారు. నన్ను తీసుకెళ్తే సర్జికల్ గ్యాస్ట్రోఎంట్రాలజిస్ట్ లేరు నిమ్స్లో. అరౌండ్ 3 o'clock 24th 3 o'clockకి నాగేశ్వర్ రెడ్డి గారు ఇక్కడ, అప్పుడు వివేకానంద హాస్పిటల్ అని ఉండేది ఆయనది. 3 o'clock భీమవరం నుంచి వచ్చి ఆయన ఎండోస్కోపీస్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఆయన ఎండోస్కోపీ చేసి మెగ్గల్స్ డైవర్టికులం కింద డయాగ్నోస్ చేసి, డాక్టర్ జీవీ రావు గారని మంచి సర్జన్, వీళ్ళిద్దరు టీం అనమాట, ఆయన ఆపరేట్ చేశారు. ఆయన వల్ల నేను ఈరోజు మీ అందరి ముందు నేను ఇలా బతుకున్నాను. 26 years బ్యాక్ డాక్టర్ నాగేశ్వర రెడ్డి గారు నాకు లైఫ్ ఇచ్చారు. ఇంకో అనదర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్, ఆ రోజు ఏమైందంటే నేను ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఇంకా డెత్ స్టేజ్లో ఉన్నాను. అప్పుడు మా ఫ్రెండ్ వచ్చి ఇమీడియట్గా అయిపోయింది ప్లీజ్ ఇంకా ఆల్మోస్ట్ నేను బ్లర్రింగ్ అనమాట, ఇంకేం కనిపించలేదు. అప్పుడు వెంటనే మా ఫ్రెండ్ వేసి ఇమీడియట్గా బ్లడ్ ఇచ్చేయండి అన్నాడు. నో క్రాస్ మ్యాచింగ్, ఓన్లీ గ్రూప్ అంతే, డైరెక్ట్గా ఇచ్చేసారు. వెంటనే నేను రికవర్ అయిపోయాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. రవిరాజ్ గారికి చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు.
We now invite Dr. Prabir Roy Chaudhary to come onto the dais to be felicitated by the Department of Nephrology and the members, the doctor nephrologists. Yeah. We request the principal and superintendent to join on the dais. All the students, the nephrologists in the audience. We request all the attendees to please be seated.
I request all the faculty and students and the guests to please be seated. The next function will be followed.
So I propose the vote of thanks to today's oration, Brahmai Sastri oration. We are thankful to our orators, Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy and Dr. Prabir Roy Chaudhary, for their scintillating orations. And we thank our President, Chairperson of Brahmai Sastri Memorial Oration, Dr. Raviraju, and President, Dr. T. Raviraju Excellence Awards, Dr. Sandhya, and the chairpersons for the 2 sessions, Dr. Sudhakar, Dr. Pedavi Raju, Dr. Prasad, and Dr. Girinath, and all the attendees for your patience. We continue the program today. We are for the much awaited program, and I request my friend Dr. Vijay Shekhar to continue.
A very good evening to you all, respected teachers, my dear colleague faculty, and dear students, after these most scintillating orations and motivational oration by the esteemed guests, now we move on to the next part of the program, that is handing over of the CAB building to the alma mater. For this, now I call upon the Chair, CAB Committee, former Vice Chancellor, Dr. NTR University Health Sciences, former Director of Medical Education, Government of Andhra Pradesh, and ardent disciple of Dr. Brahmai Sastri Garu, Dr. Raviraju Tatapudi. Welcome you, sir, onto the stage.
I next invite Dr. KVSM Sandhya Devi, Principal, Andhra Medical College, and a proud 1981 batch of Andhra Medical College alumni. Welcome, ma'am, onto the dais.
It's my proud privilege now to invite onto the stage the most distinguished guest, Dr. B.C. Roy Awardee, all the three Padma awardees, and the father of gastroscopy, legends of endoscopy by Japan, the chairman of Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, inventor of Nagi stent, and a towering personality from whom you have heard the most motivational speech ever heard. I welcome Dr. Nageswara Reddy Garu on the stage.
I invite Dr. Prabir Roy Chowdhury. I invite Dr. Prabir Roy Chowdhury, an FMC alumni, currently the president of ASN, a faculty of North Carolina University. And sir, your oration has definitely reminded us of our responsibility as faculty to what we can do for CKD. Welcome, sir.
I now invite the co-chair, CAB committee, and the liaison between AMCANA and MC alumni, and the renowned gastroenterologist, Dr. E. Padaviraju, onto the dais.
I next invite Dr. I. Vani, batch of 1981, a brilliant academician and an able administrator, superintendent of King George Hospital, onto the dais. Welcome, ma'am. And we are proud to say she's the first of our batch to adorn a position at the alma mater.
Now I invite with our respected teacher and the most famous gynecologist of this part, for the former president of AMCOSA, who has served in all cadres in the government of Andhra Pradesh, Dr. R. Sasiprabha, to come onto the dais.
We next invite the President AMCOSA, Dr. S.K.E. Apparao Garu, a renowned otorhinolaryngologist, treasurer, CAB committee, and a brilliant surgeon, onto the dais.
It's my duty now to invite the convener of the CAB project, the woman behind all these programs, who has planned meticulously and micro-planning, organizing even massive events at the shortest interval of time, Dr. Radha Madam.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Dr. T. Radha. This CAB could not have been completed without the proactiveness of our principals, who happen to be the conveners, starting with Dr. Radha ma'am, followed by the former principal, Dr. P.V. Sudhakar, who succeeded Dr. Radha ma'am as convener CAB. We invite Dr. P.V. Sudhakar, the man who is most remembered during COVID times as the COVID warrior handling the entire district. Welcome, sir, onto the dais.
I now invite Professor G. Buchiraju, the centenary principal, also the convener of CAB, to come on to the dais.
So for the information of our distinguished guests, sir has been the centenary principal and has recently retired from service. So he's very popular with the students. We request all our students to express their gratitude and appreciation to our guests on the dais by presenting the mementos. Yes. We also welcome our AMCANA representatives whose minds and souls are always with our alma mater and who have been a source of encouragement throughout, who may be joining us in watching this process live.
I now request the Chair CAB Committee, Dr. Raviraju Tatapodi, to please express the obituary for one of the AMCANA members, Dr. Sriram Sonti.
Good evening, all of you. We have come from good afternoon to good evening. All the dignitaries sitting on the dais, Principal of Andhra Medical College, all the esteemed alumni of Andhra Medical College, faculty of Andhra Medical College, students of Andhra Medical College, and ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my immense pride and a deep sense of satisfaction at this momentous occasion of formal handing over and dedication of Centenary Alumni Building to Principal Andhra Medical College and in turn to Andhra Medical College. Just before I give you a few of my thoughts, I will dwell upon a couple of my observations during the two speeches of distinguished guests of today's function while they were giving orations. It's commonly said that great people or great men think alike and talk alike. If you look at the speeches of both, Dr. Prabir Roy has said, if you walk alone, you walk fast, and if you want to go far, you have to go together. Same thing Dr. Nageshwari Reddy said, teamwork. Only with teamwork you will be able to do something and you will be able to achieve. This is a new thing which has quoted from his artificial intelligence, but as I remember from the great scriptures of our own country and from the Rig Veda, I just remembered a quote after listening to the two speakers. In that they say, Sam gacchadvam, sam vadadvam. Sam gacchadvam means we will go together, we will walk together. Sam vadadvam means we will talk together. Samvo manamsi janatam. That means we will think alike. So all of we do together if we think alike, walk together, walk alike, and also talk alike, then we can achieve a lot many things. This is the sum and substance of what the two great people said, and this is what we have achieved today. What we have achieved today, the culmination of the handing over function and culmination of construction of the building and handing over of the building to Andhra Medical College. Centenary Alumni Building was envisioned as the building is more, as all of you know, it is not something like a built of some steel and concrete. It is a living symbol of affection, living symbol of gratitude to Andhra Medical College, which has given us a lot of knowledge, which has given an identity in life, and also it has given a direction to all of us in life. So with this, we wanted to commemorate something, give something long-lasting, which is meaningful and at the same time very useful to the next or the subsequent generation of students. The vision of two of our alumni, I should mention here, which has ignited this particular thought in all of us and which led us today to this function. Two of them, one is Dr. Chalasan Prasad, the president of Andhra, the alumni of Andhra of North America, Amccab, and the other one, the principal at that time, Dr. Radha. Both of them have thought together and then started this project. So their idea was, when we come together and with a shared purpose, even the most ambitious dreams can be realized. It is true that we have realized this very ambitious dream today. This building is a proof of unity, it is a proof of trust, and also the collaborative effort. And I'm sure only because of this, the fruits have been borne and we are enjoying today. We have, in the beginning, a very deeply dedicated group of alumni. A group of alumni not only from the local old students of Andhra Medical College, but very importantly, the alumni of Andhra Medical College who are living in North America. And their association is Amccab. Perhaps a combination of the two, which is supported by the subsequent principals of Andhra Medical College. Dr. Sudhakar, who was the principal for more than 5 years. Dr. G. Buchirazu, the most popular principal as you have all seen today. He has got bigger claps than the two orators today. In fact, the standing ovation they have received is much less than the ovation which Buchirazu has got. So all of them together, they have given invaluable support to us. I am very fortunate that I was chosen as the chairman of Centenary Alumni, the Centenary Alumni Building Committee. Originally, we named it as Centenary Academic Block, which we changed it to Centenary Alumni Building. And government has supported us very well by allotting this 1.2 or 1.3 acres of land on this hillock and gave us permission to construct the building. The core team, as you know, consisted of very senior alumni, very dedicated people. All of them worked together, worked for days, weeks, months, and years together. I can recall innumerable meetings we had in the principal's office. I can recall the time we spent in supervising this building. And I can also recall the time Dr. Radha has spent in the at home also in the building area. Dr. Prasad having a lot of conversation with every one of the building committee members. And it is night time for them and it is daytime here. So all the while they were in continuous contact with the members of AMCANA, and ultimately this is what we have achieved. The other important thing is from the start of this construction till the completion of this building, it is only 2 years. The main cooperation was from the building contractors. It's a Herculean task to complete this mammoth building in a matter of 2 years, complete the interiors and hand it over to us is a Herculean task, and we owe a lot to the construction people. This is so aesthetically well designed, and the building of the interiors of the building was done by architects from Hyderabad, and all of them, they have cooperated so well that the entire thing came into our hands within a matter of 2 years. What we have envisioned this CAB building is it's a vibrant hub for learning, vibrant hub for mentorship, and also alumni engagement and student support. All of you know, as Dr. Nageswar Reddy has put it, the most important thing is the students should have an access to quality education. Then only they will become good doctors in their lifetime. So the tireless work of all the members of the CAB committee, the support which I got from all of them, I cannot forget. The most important thing is the AMCANA group. The AMCANA group, not all the names I am not able to mention, but a few of them I will mention the important thing. Dr. Chalasani Prasad, anyway, you know. Dr. Sita Ramaya, Dr. Kairam Nagula, Dr. Kairam, Rammohan Kairam, Dr. Nagendra Maineni, Dr. Malareddy, and Dr. Ravi Sharma. All of them, they were in continuous contact with us, and we could achieve it. From our group, Dr. Shashiprabha Madam, she was a pillar of support to all of us, and without her, we could not have achieved anything. And behind her, of course, we have the greatest support from Dr. Adinarayan Rao Garu. And as I told, the successive principals were giving all the support as CAB members and also as administrators. And we today formally dedicate this building to Andhra Medical College with a lot of pride and joy. I hope it will serve the purpose and inspire the students to generations to come up. If I have forgotten anything to mention, or if I have not thanked enough before winding up my speech, I may be forgiven. But the vision of all the alumni is only to see that we ignite the passion among all the students and they see that this building is utilized properly. With these few words, I thank every one of you and every one of the members of the CAB committee for giving me this wonderful support in completing this building and handing it over to Andhra Medical College. When I was saying that we are handing over this building to Andhra Medical College and also the principal, and I told the Chief Secretary of Health, what's the name? And when I was telling to the secretary, he was saying, why are you handing this over to Andhra Medical College? Will this be maintained properly or not? Then said, though we are handing it over to Andhra Medical College, we will give all the support and see that the building is maintained very well. And one important thing which I want to tell all of you and also remind the CAB members is, it is not easy to transfer. This building was, the total cost of construction of this building is around 45 crores of rupees. And we have donations from the alumni, generous donations, selfless donations from all the alumni, and we are thankful to them. And this has come to around 50 crores. This remaining 5 crores, we are keeping it as a corpus money. And the interest out of this corpus money we will be using for development of this building and also at the same time the maintenance of this building. Philanthropy is said to be a very unique feature of Americans only. But now our people have shown that philanthropy is also done by our group of people. It is true that out of this 50 crores, nearly half of the money was from local people and the remaining from Amccab. But how we got this money from Amccab, how to transfer this money from Amccab was a big problem to us when we were handling this project. At that time, there was no way we could transfer the foreign funds to India because we did not have the Foreign Currency Regulation Act. According to that, we should have a permission from them. This we did not have, and luckily, to our rescue, Mr. Venkana Chaudhary has come. He has an organization called GLOW, that is Sardar Gautalasanna, all of you know. He was a great freedom fighter and a great politician. I had the fortune of looking after him in his last days. He passed away around the age of 90 years. And Venkana Chaudhary Garu has a foundation called GLOW Foundation, Gautalasanna Organization for Weaker Sections. It has an FCRA clearance. So he came forward and said, you can transfer the money to us and in turn we will give it to all the vendors. So without his help and without his support, we would not have done anything. And so we are extremely grateful to Venkana Chaudhary. Will you please stand up and... So he is an extremely benevolent person and he would have become a very good doctor as Dr. Nageswar Reddy has said. He goes around all the hospitals and then looks after the patient, though he is not a doctor by himself. Anyway, this is, by the way, we profusely thank him for all his benevolence. Like that, we had several people. See, it's not only the donors have been doing very generously, very selflessly, they were donating. It is all, we are very fortunate that because of the trust they had, we were able to do this. And in the end, I thank the 2 distinguished guests today. They have come here, they have stayed for such a long time. They are sitting through our dedication and the handing over function, and I am grateful to them. And one of them, Dr. Nageswar Reddy, as you say, is a son of the soil. He was born here, and I have the fortune of delivering the oration in the name of Dr. D. Bhaskar Reddy. That oration they have instituted in Nizam's Institute of Medical Sciences, and in 2011 I had the opportunity to give that oration. So thank you, Dr. Prabir Roy, for taking off all your time and coming to India only for this particular purpose. And of course, as you know, Dr. Nageswar Reddy is extremely busy person. In a couple of days, he is going to Europe trip. And so with all these things, we had the greatest opportunity to have these 2 people and the handing over ceremony in front of all of you, in front of all the students. The main purpose of the building is only for the students. So I implore that they should utilize the building and the facilities. We have in the East Block various chances for learning. We have the computer library, we have the journal library, you have the regular library, you have the places for recreation, you have a cafeteria. And in the end, I would like to point out one important thing, that is the Hall of Legends. Somebody was asking us why you are building the Hall of Legends. It is not to eulogize these people. We have built the Hall of Legends and the Hall of Distinguished Alumni, the Hall of Distinguished Teachers. It is only to inspire the students as they go to the library, as they go to the lecture halls, they go to the Legends room and then see the legends and see the distinguished people. And so they will get a kind of inspiration and they will become good students. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. And in the end, during this happy occasion, we have a sad note. Sad note is one of our CAB members, one of the CAB members from the United States, the AMCANA members, he passed away recently. He was a very active member of AMCANA, and all of you know he is Dr. Sunti Sriram. Dr. Sunti Sriram is a very renowned ophthalmologist. He is a Gandhian by his passion. And all through his career, he was inspired by Andhra Medical College, and so he was breathing and living Andhra Medical College. He was one of the founder presidents of AMCANA, and he was the treasurer of AMCANA throughout. And so we were very unfortunate that we could not have him on this day, on the day of dedication. And unfortunately, he passed away a few weeks ago. And I request all of you to stand in his honor and maintain silence for a minute.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking us through the journey of the CAB, the initiation, and the support received from all the various quarters. I now request Dr. E. Pedaviraju, co-chairperson of CAB committee, to give his message.
వేదికను అలంకరించిన పెద్దలకు శుభ సాయంత్రం. వేదికను అలంకరించిన పెద్దలకు, అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన పెద్దలకు, విచ్చేసిన పెద్దలకు అందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు. మా మానసిక పుత్రిక ఈ ఆంధ్ర వైద్య కళాశాల శతాబ్ద భవనాన్ని గత 7 సంవత్సరాలుగా పెంచి పెద్ద చేయడంలో తోడ్పడిన దాతలకు అందరికీ కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు. ముఖ్యంగా నేను ఆంధ్ర వైద్య కళాశాలకి, ఆంధ్ర వైద్య కళాశాల ప్రవాసాంధ్ర వైద్యులకి మధ్యలో సంధానకర్తగా ఒక 30 ఏళ్ళు పనిచేశాను. ముఖ్యంగా డాక్టర్ కీర్తిశేషులు డాక్టర్ సొంటి శ్రీరామ్ గారు, కైరాం రామ్మోహన్ గారు ఈ సంధానానికి చాలా ఉపయోగపడ్డారు. ముందుగా వాళ్ళు ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ లైబ్రరీ పెట్టారు, ఎంకానా స్టెప్స్ కట్టించారు, హాస్టల్స్ బాగు చేశారు. అప్పుడు నేను ఎప్పుడు అనేవాడిని, ఆంధ్ర వైద్య కళాశాల పూర్వ విద్యార్థుల సంఘం అమెరికాలో ఉన్నవాళ్ళు బ్లాక్ మీద ఉండకూడదు, బ్లాకులో మీద ఉండాలని ఆ కళ ఈనాడు సాకారమైంది. దీనికి చాలా చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉంది. తర్వాత ముఖ్యంగా ఈ కార్యక్రమ నిర్వహణలో మాకు 3 బాగా సహాయపడ్డారు. ఒకడు ఈ భవనాన్ని కాంట్రాక్ట్ తీసుకున్న శ్రీ ఎంవివి సత్యనారాయణ గారు, తర్వాత పూర్వ విద్యార్థుల నుంచి ఇక్కడికి ధనాన్ని ఇక్కడికి తేవడానికి సహకరించిన ఇక్కడ ఉన్న శ్రీ వెంకన్న చౌదరి గారు, ఈ భవన నిర్మాణంలో మాకు ఆర్కిటెక్ట్గా సహాయం చేసిన కొత్తపల్లి సురేష్ గారు, వాళ్ళకి సభాముఖంగా అందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు చెప్తున్నాను. తర్వాత ఈ ధన సముపార్జనలో నాకు 3 పద్యాలు ఉపయోగపడ్డాయి, తెలుగు పద్యాలు. 3 పద్యాలు మీతో పంచుకుంటూ నేను సెలవు తీసుకుంటాను. ముందు వేమన పద్యం. భూమి నాది అన్న భూమి ఫక్కున నవ్వు, దానహీనుని చూసి ధనము నవ్వు, కథన భీతుని చూసి కారుడు నవ్వును, విశ్వదాభిరామ వినురవేం. రెండో పద్యం భర్తృహరిది. దానము భోగము నాశము చూడగ గతులు 3 భువి ధనమునకున్, దానము భోగము నెరుగని దీనుని ధనము గతి తృతీయం వై పొసగున్. నువ్వు దానమైనా చేయి, అనుభవం అనిపించాలి. ఇక అద్భుతమైన పద్యం శేషప్ప రాసింది. తల్లి గర్భము నుండి ధనము తేడవ్వడు, వెళ్ళిపోయిడు నాడు వెంటరాదు, లక్షాధికారైన లవణమన్నమే గాని మెరుగు బంగారంబు మింగబోడు, విత్త మార్జన చేసి వెర్రవీగుడే గాని కూడబెట్టిన సొమ్ము కుడువబోడు, పొందుగా మరుగైన భూమి లోపల పెట్టి, ఆ రోజుల్లో బ్యాంకులు లేవు, పొందుగా మరుగైన భూమి లోపల పెట్టి దాన ధర్మము లేక దాచి దాచి తొదకు దొంగలకిత్తురో దొరలకవును, తేనె జుంటీగలియ్యవా తిరువురులకు, భూషణ వికాస శ్రీ ధర్మపురి నివాస దుష్ట సంహార నరసింహ దురిత దూర. ధన్యవాదాలు.
ధన్యవాదాలు. అవును, ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ Dr. R. Sesprabha, former president of AMCOSA, to give her message.
Dignitaries on the dais, dear faculty and dear students, this building, that is Amccab building, is a gift from Amcana and AMCOSA to the students, future faculty. So there used to be an old building in the name of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar, and it got dilapidated. Then the idea of constructing a new building in this space, the idea was conceived by Dr. Padaviraju, Professor of Gastroenterology, and Dr. Raviraju, Professor of Nephrology, and it took about 5 to 6 years to come to this stage. And so many people have helped. They have given donations and they have given their services also. And they have motivated donors. So it all happened over these years. But one name I would like to mention is in this construction of this project is Dr. Radha. She is a former professor of OB-Gynec and HOD of OB-Gynec and former principal of Andhra Medical College and wife of Dr. Raviraj. She was working and she has dedicated her time and energy over all these years for the construction of this project. And she was having a good rapport with Amcana as well as AMCOSA. And she, from the time of Bhumi Puja to this inauguration and to this day, she has worked very hard to make it a great success. She is an ideal leader and she encourages teamwork. According to him, whether she is a good doctor, I don't know. According to Nageswar Reddy, must be she is a good doctor. She has that teamwork capacity. And now, my husband, Dr. S.V. Adinarayan Rao, he was an athletic champion for 5 years in the Andhra Medical College. So he has donated a huge amount from his savings for the construction of the sports room. He wanted to encourage sports, games and athletics in the medical students. And now today we had 2 orators and Dr. Bhaskar Reddy, father of Nageswar Reddy, was our teacher and he was our examiner in undergraduate exam. And Nageswar Reddy, we all know him very well and very often we read about him in the newspapers and even in the media. And his hospital is a center of excellence and it is pan-India or pan-world, I don't know, is a hospital. And he is doing even social work also. 30% of the patients, I came to know, he is treating free of cost. And it is a hospital not only for health care, it is a hospital for research also. He is encouraging research. That's why you got that award of Padma Vibhushan, which is a rare award for any doctor to have it. And the other speaker, Dr. Roy, he was very enthusiastic to go to our Uddhanam and give his support and give his opinion about the renal diseases in that area. We thank you, sir. We thank you, both of you. And now the building is being given to the principal and the students of Andhra Medical College from the CAB committee. So CAB committee is giving the building to the principal. So it is now the responsibility of the principal, present principal and coming principals and future students to take care of the building and maintain the building. And I know Dr. Vani as a superintendent and Dr. Sanja as a principal and Dr. S.K. Apparao as an AMCOSA president have already proved their, and Dr. P.V. Sudhakar as a secretary of AMCOSA, they have already proved themselves in administrative capacities. I wish them all the luck in future. And with the permission of the chairman, Dr. Raviraj, I would like to call for a standing ovation to Radha and her team. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. We now invite Dr. S.K. Apparao, President AMCOSA, to address the gathering.
Good evening to all of you. Respected people on the dais, of the dais, Gurulandaraki Namaskaram. Respected teacher, Dr. Chittupandali Garu, Adinan Garu and other teachers, and dear friends, faculty, and press and electronic media, and dear students. So today is one of the greatest day or event in the history of Andhra Medical College. So far, so many projects have been done by Andhra Medical College Old Students Association, as well as our colleagues from North America, Amcana group. They have done so many small projects, but this is the biggest as a dream project of our all Amcana as well as AMCOSA. So it's a great achievement. It's this, almost the other colleges are looking at our project. They are inquiring about this project, how we could raise this much of fund and all. See, it is the sincere effort of the team from India and as well as Amcana. The first, it was initiated during the principal of Dr. Radha Madam. Next, immediately Dr. Sudhakar has come. The first check, the bony check was given by Dr. G.V.S. Rao Garu. So he was the main pillar of the fundraising on that day. I think we should appreciate his initiation to this project. So Dr. G.V. Rao Garu, I think we need a good applause from the audience. Next we met Amcana colleagues in Dallas meeting, in which in the single day in that meeting, we could raise 17.5 crores rupees in favor of this project. And two of the friends, practicing cardiologists in USA, they have donated 5 crore rupees. So that was the spirit of the old students are attached to this institution to do, to increase the level of the comfort of the students. That is the idea. So next comes to we have to thank the Amcana presidents, Dr. Nagendra and President Dr. Manikyam, and government authorities also helped us in giving liberty to construct by our own choice, not involving the government authorities like APMDC, which costs so much. So we cannot expect this project for this cost if it has been into the government hands. And the quality also. The one more thing, in those days it was very difficult days to get FCRA recognition. In that duration, that period, Dr. Venkata Chaudhary Garu has helped us immensely to get the funds from Amcana to complete this project. Even the contribution wise also, we have gone to all the places of Andhra Pradesh, not only the Amcana, the Amcoza has gone to around 12 places to raise the funds. Starting from Palasa, Srikakulam, Vijayanaram, Kakinada, Rajahmundry, Bhimavaram, Vijayawada, Hyderabad. So many places we have gone there. Amcoza team and along with our chairman, Dr. Raviraj Garu. And we could raise almost nearing 19 crores rupees from the Indian side. So, this is the efforts of so many people, not only the committee, it is the Amcoza, the students of the Andhra Medical College, their affection towards the Mother Institute. So, all the donations and major donors like Sasiprabha Madam, Adnan Garu and other Sujata, the neurology professor daughter from local, and other Amcana major donors. And now it is the job of our principal to regulate the maintenance of this beautiful project. Everybody says that it's, Nageswara was telling that it's like a 7-star facility, not less than 7-star facility in a government setup. So it is very tough task for our principal, but I hope she will definitely do justice to her cadre and to maintain this building in a good manner. And in future also, with this role model of project, we can get more projects for our institute to develop and to achieve more advanced research developments in medical field in this institute, to reach a goal where we can get one Nobel laureate from this institute, from our research institutes. That should be our goal and target. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your message. Dear friends and students, there is many of the alumni from overseas have been watching this program online. As the president of Amcana, we have a message by the present president, Dr. Manikyam Mutyala. He has sent a brief video. I request all of you to please observe.
I'm Dr. Manikyam Mutyala, 1987 batch, President of Amcana. It's a privilege and honor to be part of the continuing centenary celebrations of Andhra Medical College and dedication ceremony of centenary alumni building to the beloved alma mater. I commend all the board members of AMC CAB committee in making a dream come true. I would like to thank all the donors to make this dream possible. As African proverb goes, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. This CAB is the combined effort of Amcoza and Amcana. I hope this CAB inspires the younger generation to stay involved with Amcoza and Amcana. I can't wait to see this building being used by all the AMC students and postgraduates to the fullest extent. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Manikyam Mutyala. And I now request Dr. P.V. Sudhakar, former principal and convener AMC CAB committee, to give his address.
Dr. Raviraju, the president of the meeting, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. What a momentous occasion is this. I am so happy to be here today, this evening. The entire process has started in 2017 and it culminated in handing over this huge monument today to the Andhra Medical College, our alma mater. As if I were to be a student like you in that audience, I would have been ecstatic. So I request all the students to make good use of this particular building. And at this juncture, I wish to say that I'm so lucky being a principal for 5 years, and so many events took place during those 5 years. The foundation stone was laid by the Minister for us, Dr. Kaminan Srinivas. So with his golden hands, the foundation was laid, and this has come to the complete shape today. So it's our duty to remember all the great work that has been done by the old students of this college, both from India as well as from abroad, particularly the American old students. So here we have to remember certain important names like Dr. Sonti Sriram, who has been very passionate about this college, Dr. Ram Kairam, who has taken up multiple projects, including this one, where he has donated almost $170,000. And similarly, Dr. Prasad Chalasani, whose tenacious efforts has yielded results, and he is the main pillar behind this particular project. Similarly, Dr. Seshu Sharma and Dr. Ravindranath Sharma. These two are the names which we have to always remember for the developments that took place in this institute. And Dr. Nagul Sitarama is another one whom we will all have to remember. So all these great alumni have contributed not only their time and money, but also their spirit. And they have given a lot of moral backing for all of us. As a past principal, I am immensely pleased to see this particular building. And today onwards, I request the principal to safeguard and see that this monument is kept to the fullest extent, both in terms of the structure as well as the utility. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
I will now invite Professor Buchiraju.
Good evening, everybody. Distinguished guests on the dais, teachers, faculty, and my dear students. I think it's one of my dreams come true today. That is the dedication of the CAB building to the college. As you all aware, during my tenure, when I took over in June 2002, the building construction started and it's completed during my tenure. So I thank all the CAB members, especially Professor Raviraju, CAB chairman, and Dr. Radha, who are there every day. I have seen because I was with them every day in the construction with the builders, MVB builders, and GLOW and architects, so many other people who have helped us, and also all the CAB members and all the committee members who took care of different aspects of this building. It's a dream come true to most of our alumni. Actually, this is one of the major projects which were conducted, which was done by alumni of Andhra Medical College on the eve of the centenary, which we had in October 24. So I thank all the alumni, both in India and abroad, especially MCANA and MCOSA came together to construct this building. And with this positive spirit only, actually even without the college asking, the MCANA, Andhra Medical College alumni of North America came forward and came with the proposal for the research block with another 20 crores. The project is already being started. And they are coming in big way in different projects. Yesterday also we had a program regarding milk bank. So several projects with this positive attitude. So I hope all the students and faculty along with the principals. We will be anyhow there during the maintenance, and the AMC Alumni Trust will help in the maintenance for a few years. I hope the students and everybody utilize optimally and keep it well. So with this, I once again thank you all for helping us in this regard. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. I think the most popular member here, so cheered by all the students. And we now come to the much awaited and the most significant event in the dedication ceremony, that is the signing of the MOU. I request Dr. T. Raviraju, Chairperson, CAB Committee and Chairperson Alumni Trust, and Dr. KVSM Sandhya Devi, Principal, Andhra Medical College, to do the honors. To celebrate this moment, we request all the students to stand up and give a standing ovation.
Thank you, Dr. Raviraju. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Devi. I now request Principal Dr. KVSM Sanjay Devi to respond.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, respected members of CAB committee, esteemed alumni, our dedicated faculty of Andhra Medical College, the vibrant students of Andhra Medical College, and dear friends, a very good evening to you all. It is indeed a day of milestone. The handing over of CAB and Ambedkar Auditorium to our beloved alma mater as a centennial tribute. This is happening on the eve of the Foundation Day, that is tomorrow. I stand with pride as principal of Andhra Medical College to receive this well-shaped structure that embodies gratitude, love, and vision of our global alumni for the students and for the activities of the college. The generous contributions by the alumni, not money alone, also their valuable time, their hard work for many years, and a vision in shaping this building. The permission granted by the government of Andhra Pradesh had made it possible. It's a vision from the past, a gift to the present with a message to the future. Wherever our students go in their future, this building inspires all the students. It reminds them their roots, of what their seniors have done, and the duty that awaits them, giving back the same responsibility and generosity. The legacy continues. The Vanilla Open Air Theatre is relocated during the construction. It is a space to practice under the moonlight with scenic beauty of Bay of Bengal on the backdrop. It's a cultural space that stands for performance, expression, and celebrations by the students. We promise to utilize this property for student activities, both academic and cultural, for hosting academic workshops, the CME sessions, the alumni meets. It will not be entertained for private functions for money generating. The maintenance is foreseen by the CAB committee and had given a corpus fund. Teams have been formed for maintenance of the structure and its activities from both the CAB committee side and the Andhra Medical College side. I, along with my team, give commitment to utilize this great gift by the alumni with utmost care for academic and student activities. I also assure that the students of Andhra Medical College are enthusiastic and disciplined and will utilize this facility to the best extent as per the wish and the dreams of our alumni. The utilization will commence with the Foundation Day celebrations tomorrow, the 19th of July. With this, I thank each and every person who has contributed to this, and I promise we live to the expectations of the alumni. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Sandhya. And now I invite Dr. I. Vani, Superintendent, King George Hospital, 1981 alumni, and my batchmate to give her response.
A very good evening to all of you. On behalf of the King George Hospital, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Dr. T. Raviraju and the entire AMC CAB committee for their visionary leadership, relentless dedication, and tireless efforts in bringing this monumental project to a fruitful one. This building is a powerful testimonial to the unwavering pride of our alumni and the incredible impact of collective action. It is a gift not only to Andhra Medical College, but to the entire medical fraternity, and most importantly to the countless patients who will indirectly benefit from the enhanced medical education provided at Andhra Medical College. So as Superintendent of King George Hospital, the KGH looks forward to continue and even more stronger collaboration with Andhra Medical College, working hand in hand with the principal Andhra Medical College to uphold the highest standards in medical education, research and compassionate patient care. So may this magnificent building serve as an enduring source of inspiration for generations to come. Subham Bhuyat, Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu. So let there be auspiciousness and may all people be happy. So thank you very much for the opportunity given.
Thank you, Dr. Vani. Now, the response from the students' representative, Dr. Subhash.
Our esteemed chief guest, Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy Garu and Dr. Prabir Rai Chaudhary sir, and our chairperson, Dr. T. Raviraju Garu, and dear alumni, and respected principal ma'am, Dr. K.V. S.M. Sandhya Devi madam, and respected superintendent madam, Dr. I. Vani madam, and respected faculty members, and my dear friends. Good evening to everyone. This is Tota Venkat Subhash, final year UG student and General Secretary of Andhra Medical College, standing before you to represent the feelings of entire student community of Andhra Medical College. I feel overwhelmed not just with pride but with deeper gratitude. Gratitude towards our alumni who once walked through these corridors and sat in the same lecture halls and laughed endlessly with their friends in these college premises. Today, our alumni who once faced hard situations with limited resources and infrastructure had gifted us not just a building, but a bundle of resources and a world-class infrastructures. Now I can say with pride that our alumni by this beautiful contribution had not only gifted us, now our alumni by this beautiful contribution reminding us that we were once you and we never forgot our roots. Sir, you have said, you have shown us that once an AMCN is always an AMCN. This centenary alumni building will be forever remembered as pride of Andhra Medical College alumni. This is not just a building, but a responsibility to carry forward the legacy. And we promise you that we will take that responsibility and carry forward the legacy and raise the standards that you have been set up. Thank you, sir. Jai Hind, Jai MC.
Thank you, Subhash, for that heartfelt response. And now I invite Dr. T. Radha. As has been said, and as we all know, she is the heart and soul, the Karta, Kriya, and Karma also for this building. Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening, dignitaries and dais, teachers, undergraduate and postgraduate students, faculty, alumni of AMC in the audience. I was fortunate to join our college in 1975 at 16 years of my age, and this is the 50th year of my admission. That is the Golden Jubilee. Subhash, as you said, we walked through these premises as you are doing now and developed one of the strongest bonds of our life. It was my great fortune that I served my alma mater as principal in 2016-17. Though it was for a short period of 6 months, I decided that it was a unique opportunity to serve the college as an administrator and not only as a teacher and clinician. As I looked at the auditorium on the hillock and the tree-covered area on east side, each day from the office, I realized it is a place which needs urgent attention. I formed the AMC CAB committee with the enthusiastic support of AMCOSA and AMCANA, especially with Dr. Prasad Chalasani, who came forward with great enthusiasm. Later, as you all know, it was a long story of this building. The committee chair, successive principals as conveners, AMCANA and local members went ahead with unwavering determination despite several hurdles. As you all know, I spent a lot of time and energy from initiation to completion of the project. But tremendous and unprecedented trust and enthusiastic response of alumni across India, AMCANA and UK was the key for successful completion of the humongous public project. The entire building team respected our commitment and we could complete the project with interior and infrastructure in 2 years starting from September 2022. I feel very happy I could interact with thousands of alumni because of the project and centenary celebrations. We are especially indebted to our senior teachers who have been our rock-solid support like family. This project is for the college with its students and faculty who have been waiting for such facilities for decades. Now is the time for the CAB committee to retire and move on, as the building is handed over to the principal. With utmost care, as Sanjay also mentioned, as a jewel-bedecked beautiful bride. Today, CAB Management Committee is formed to look after maintenance and upkeep of the entire building because college requires support. And it requires support of younger generations of faculty and students for another century or more to come. And the committee is appointed by the chair CAB committee and the principal with proportionate number of alumni, faculty and student representatives. After this day, Andhra Medical College Alumni Trust, the parent body of CAB committee, will oversee the functioning and tenures of the management committee and other issues. AMCANA and AMCOSA will have advisory roles. So we have drafted the agreement with all the requisites to maintain this beautiful citadel, and we hope it will be maintained like this without any change. Now it's my pleasant duty to introduce the CAB Management Committee to the August gathering. I request the Management Committee to come and accept just a flower in recognition of their future services from our distinguished guests and the CAB Committee Chair and the Principal. The chairperson on the AMC side is the Principal of AMC. It's by designation. Whoever is the Principal will be the Chair of Management Committee, and the first Chairperson of CAB Management Committee will be Dr. KVSM Sandhya Devi. And Chairperson and alumni side is Dr. former Principal and popular Principal Dr. Buchiraju. And members from alumni, Dr. Ravi Venkatachalam, who is another brilliant and popular teacher. He could not attend because he has a cardiology conference. And Dr. P. Satish, 1981 batch. He is another phenomenal gentleman. He could complete the framing, fixing, including designing of the Hall of Legends in 4 days, record time. So if he is here in the audience, I welcome him. And Dr. Devi Madhavi, you have been listening to her since the beginning of the function. She is another dynamic member of the committee. And Dr. Nagendra Maineni is the past president of AMCANA and will be overseeing the responsibilities of managing committee from USA. And member Other members from IMC faculty, Dr. A. Krishnaveni, former Vice Principal. I hope she will come back soon again to this college. And Dr. SNR Naveen. He is another pillar of the CAB committee from the beginning. He is silent, but he works. His work is his personality, Dr. Naveen. And he is also appointed as Vice President of the CAB, new committee in the Board of Andhra Medical College. And Dr. K. Shilpa, youngest and dynamic professor and HOD of Medical Oncology, AMC. And Dr. P.S.N. Raju, Associate Professor of Physiology, another popular teacher. That's why we chose him. He is very efficient, and though he is not an undergraduate alumni, he is a PG alumni of Physiology in Andhra Medical College. And PG student member, ABJUDA AMC representative, Muhammad Siraj Shah. And undergraduate student members, whoever is the General Secretary of Andhra Medical College will be the undergraduate student member. It is now purely their responsibility to maintain this CAB as a culture. Dr. Mr. T.V. Subhash and Ms. K. Soni. And advisors, Dr. Radha, myself, Dr. P. V. Sudhakar, and Dr. Prasad Vidyakte Chalsani. We have drafted tenures and job charts and responsibilities of the management committee and other details in various documents and elections.
Request Dr. Nageswar Reddy. I now request
Thank you very much.
Dr. Nageswar Reddy to come and express his feelings on this dedication of this building.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the CAB team. I call it a team because real teamwork. I think Dr. Padvi Raju, Dr. Ravi Raju, Dr. Radha and all full members for creating, I think, one of the most outstanding aluminum building that I've seen. I've gone all over the world, everywhere. I've seen many of these buildings, but this is exceptional. Not only the building, every single corner, every single frame, every single name board is so unique and special that it was done, it can't be done just with money, it has to be done with passion also. And that is very clear here. In fact, Dr. Pravir Rao is talking to me when we first entered the auditorium. He said, looking at this auditorium, he feels that USA is now a third world country. because such facilities don't exist anywhere. And I've gone through many European, many United States, everywhere. These type of facilities created by alumni is just outstanding. It shows two things. It shows that the local community, the local doctors here who passed out from Andhra Medical College have so much attachment, devotion, and want to give back to the college. Number two, it also shows that the networking capacity that they have, and this is very important. So all of them are great doctors because they really networked so well that they went single conference in Dallas, they could actually collect 17.5 crores. This must be some sort of record. I don't think even the American president's dinners contribute so much money they get. So this is, I think, really outstanding. And I think this is something that the future students are going to enjoy. This is a great gift for the future students of Andhra Medical College. They won't realize it now, but over a period of time they realize what a great gift they got, that they can enjoy this type of facilities. So I think I'd like to congratulate the team again for the great work that they've done. And I think every medical college, not only in Andhra, Telangana, or anywhere in the country, should be very envious of what has been done from AMC. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you for the kind words. I now request Dr. Prabir Rai Chaudhary to express his feelings.
So, I am probably one of the few people in this auditorium who is not from Andhra Medical College. And I will say I am from the Armed Forces Medical College. And as a college, we have traditionally, AFMC, been very proud of our alumni coming together. But I can tell you that having seen the spirit and the passion and the camaraderie over here, I think that you're definitely equal, which is a big compliment to AFMC. So congratulations for that, really. I also want to say that in the short time that I've been here, these last few hours, clearly what has come out is that all of you at Andhra Medical College, whether you're the present students at the back or the alumni, care deeply about this institution. And while a lot of us have spoken about this amazing building, about this amazing auditorium, and it truly is a wonderful auditorium, of course we all realize that institutions are not built around bricks and mortar and buildings, but it is the people who are in those buildings that are important. And I think that all of you at Andhra Medical College, the Alumni Association from North America, have really shown that it is the spirit that is important. And so I hope that this building and this hall will encourage interactions between many future generations of students at Andhra Medical College. And I hope that those students will then pay back in future years and do the same thing that the current generation of alumni have done. So with that, I again want to compliment the CAB, and I want to thank Dr. Ravi Raju and many others for involving me in this very special moment. This is a special day, and I am truly privileged to have been invited to be a part of it. So congratulations to Andhra Medical College.
Thank you, sir. And now we proceed for the mementos, presentation of mementos to all the significant members who have contributed to building of this camp. And I invite Dr. A. Krishnaveni and Dr. Shilpa to come and do the honors.
So good evening. As we move towards a memorable moment in today's dedication ceremony, it's a privilege to honor the dignitaries who grace this historic occasion and also to express our heartfelt gratitude to the people who played a key role in making this happen. So firstly, I would like to invite Padma Vibhushan awardee distinguished guest, Chairman of Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, Sir Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy Garu, please come forward and accept, please move forward and accept the memento. I request Dr. Raviraj Garu, Chairman of CAB Committee, to felicitate him and do the honors. I request Principal and other guests to join the Thank you, sir. Some people don't just witness history, they help build it. One such remarkable individual is Dr. T. Raviraj Garu, the chairman of CAB committee, a visionary, a leader, a force behind every brick and blueprint of this magnificent structure. His tireless efforts, meticulous planning and unwavering commitment have turned the dream of CAB into a proud reality. Sir, we are truly indebted to you. May I now request Dr. Raviraju sir, so kindly come forward and accept our token of deep gratitude and admiration. I request principal and other guests to do the honors. I request everyone to join me in a big round of applause. Please give him a standing ovation to Raviraju sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Raviraj Garu to present a memento to our principal of 1981 batch, Dr. Sandhya Devi Garu.
నెక్స్ట్ నుంచి ఇంకా అది గ్లో ఫౌండేషన్ అందులో ఉంది కదా వెంకన్న చౌదరి కాదు కాదు కాదు
Next presentation to Dr. Ivani, Superintendent King George Hospital. And forgive me for announcing her as 1981 batch earlier. She's 1985 batch. And yes.
ఇది అక్నాలెడ్జ్ చేసేస్తారా చెప్పానా మ్యామ్
We also acknowledge AMCANA CAB members who could not be able today with us to receive the mementos.
Good evening all. May I now call upon the chairman of the Glow Foundation, Shri Venkana Chaudhary Garu, who has played a crucial role in the transfer of AMCANA funds to the AMC Alumni Trust, to please accept a token of gratitude on behalf of the AMC alumni. Thank you, sir, for your contribution.
Good evening, everybody. I feel it a very rare opportunity to be present here. And see, I'm very happy. For me, every day is a doctor's day. I mean, hospital day. To take a patient to the hospital and all. Now, because of association with AMC CAB, it has been very easy for me. So, a lot of doctors, even I should not say I could treat but I could reduce their expenditure very much, and KGH is supporting me a lot. I'm very much grateful to all the doctors who are helping, and even I can tell I'm helping shadowing for the students in US with our AMCANA support, and I'm happy to listen to the orations by both of you, and I'm sad because my place is being constantly referred on the screen, Uddanam. I belong to that place, and how shortly, how fastly CKD can be reduced, and you are telling about the startups and the water usage of reducing the water usage. I've been into that, trying a lot for that sector. And with AMCANA, we could get dialysis machines for the Kidney Research Center at Palasa. I'm very much grateful for all of you, and for AMCANA, for AMCOSA, for Amccab for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. We also acknowledge the services of our builder, Shri MVV Sachinarana Garu and Mr. Sharath Chaudhary Garu. We also express our sincere thanks to our interior designer, Shri Raja Garu and Mr. Jashwant Garu, and the architect Kottapalli Suresh Garu. May I now invite our sculptor, Shri Botsa Venkat Garu, who has designed the pylon. He has designed the pylon in front of the AMC cab building. May I now call upon Auditor Shri Upadrashta Ramakrishna Garu for his contribution towards CAB. Auditor Shri Upadrashta Ramakrishna Garu for his
Dr. Madam Radha and Apparao Garu, we have been there meticulously drafting every document, and Mr. Gautam Lachanna was there with us all through. See, my time between 2 and 4, I don't know about doctors, I think I'm the odd man out over here. the time between 2 and 4, I take a nap. And that was the time when Madam Radha was calling all the way. So, in fact, the drafting, the documentation, the leaps and bounds, right from day one, has resulted in this beautiful achievement today. Without the teamwork that has been there right from the very beginning, I think this wouldn't have been possible. I am privileged and honored as well to be a part of such a historic monument. It goes down the memory lane of the alumni, and I believe all the students will take advantage of this in the coming years and maintain as beautifully with serenity as it is now. I thank you one and all for giving me this occasion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
May I now call upon Professor Prayaga Subramanyam Garu and Shri G. Gopal Garu for their contribution towards framing of the Hall of Legends.
Now I request Dr. G. Chittupantal Garu onto the stage, who is a proud alumnus of this college, a batch of 1953. Sir is a former professor of general medicine. At the age of 90, sir is still practicing. He goes to the clinic daily and sees his patients. We also acknowledge the services of Bavraj Subbarao Garu, Dr. KVJK Tilak Garu and Dr. V. Chandrasekharam Garu for helping CAB work.
May I now request the proud alumnus of Andhra Medical College, Madam Sashi Prabha Garu, to accept a token of gratitude on behalf of the alumni. Madam is the past president of AMCOSA, member of the CAB and trust member, and she is also the major donor to the AMC Centenary Building. She was the former director of medical education, Government of Andhra Pradesh, served as principal Andhra Medical College and superintendent King George Hospital. Beyond all this, her contributions to Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology is enormous. We also acknowledge the services of Padma Shri Dr. S.V. Adinarayan Rao sir along with Madam. Both of them have really helped the construction of this building and they are the major donors. And sir is also well known to all of us, a proud alumnus of Andhra Medical College, the recipient of Padma Shri Award for doing more than 1 lakh surgeries to polio patients, and his contributions remain a milestone in the history of Andhra Medical College. Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite Dr. G. Buchiraju sir, former principal, Andhra Medical College and convener, AMC CAB committee. We also acknowledge the services of Dr. P. Shivananda, former Superintendent, King George Hospital. May I now call upon Dr. S.K.E. Apparao Garu, President, AMCOSA, to accept a token of gratitude. S.K.E. Apparao Garu, President, AMCOSA. May I now call upon Dr. E. Pedaviraju sir, Co-Chairperson, AMC CAB Committee, founder of the Department of Gastroenterology, Andhra Medical College, and a renowned gastroenterologist of Visakhapatnam. Yes, sir. Naveen Garu. I now call upon Dr. SNR Naveen sir, as coordinator of AMC CAB Committee. And now it's my privilege to invite Dr. P.V. Sudhakar sir, former principal, Andhra Medical College, Superintendent, King George Hospital, and convener, AMC CAB Committee. He is also the longest served principal of Andhra Medical College. Sir, please accept a token of gratitude. And now, I'm indeed blessed to invite Dr. Radha ma'am, the former principal of Andhra Medical College, who has envisaged the vision of CAB, and ma'am is also the convener of AMC CAB Committee and the lady behind the entire event.
Now I request Dr. Bhavaraj Subbarao Garu to come on to the dais. Dr. Ramurthy Garu, co-convener of AMC CAB Committee. So we acknowledge your services towards the CAB. Now I request Dr. Subbarao Garu, Dr. N. Subbarao Garu, retired former Director of Medical Education and Professor of Surgery, to come on to the dais. We acknowledge the services of Dr. K. Venkateshwarlu Garu, Professor of Neurology, member of AMC CAB Committee. Sir is not there today. Now I request Dr. Professor of Orthopedics, and he has a passion for our medical college, Dr. B. Uday Kumar Garu, to come on to the dais. Sir. Who is a very active member of AMC CAB Committee. Now I request Dr. G. Arjuna sir, Professor of surgery and former superintendent of King George Hospital. Sir is a AMC CAB committee member. We acknowledge the services of Dr. Ravi Venkatachalam sir and Dr. Shantarao garu, the members of CAB committee. Now I request the treasure house of the Hall of History, Dr. Kalpana Subramaniam ma'am, Professor of Biochemistry and former Principal of Andhra Medical College, to come on to the dais.
May I now invite Dr. G. Raghurama Rao sir, a renowned dermatologist, former professor and head of the Department of Dermatology, Andhra Medical College and King George Hospital. Sir is also a member of AMC CAB committee. Dr. G. Raghurama Rao sir. We also acknowledge the services of Dr. T.S. Prasad sir, former professor of general surgery, Andhra Medical College, who is also a member of the AMC CAB committee. May I now call upon Dr. M.V. Vijayshekar sir, member AMC CAB committee, professor and head of the Department of Neurosurgery, Rangaraya Medical College, to accept a token of gratitude. May I now call upon Dr. B. Devi Madhavi ma'am, member AMC CAB committee, professor and head of the Department of Social and Preventive Medicine, Government Medical College, Vijayanagaram. Ma'am is also the vice principal of GMC, Vijayanagaram.
Now I call upon Dr. A. Krishnaveni, former Vice Principal, Andhra Medical College, Professor and HOD Community Medicine, to come over and accept the felicitation as a member of the new Maintenance Committee of AMC CAB and Auditorium. Now I invite Dr. K. Shilpa, Professor and HOD Medical Oncology, Andhra Medical College, KGH, and member of the new Maintenance Committee of MC CAB and Auditorium, to come out to the dais and accept the felicitation.
May I now call upon the AE Electricals, Mrs. Gayatri Garu and Lakshmi Narayana Garu, to accept our token of gratitude. May I now call the staff members Rajesh, Pavan, Kiran and Sampath to accept a token for all your hard work during all these years. Mr. Rajesh. Mr. Rajesh. Mr. Pavan. Mr. Kiran. Mr. Sampath. As teachers, we always acknowledge the efforts of our students. May I now call upon the students' representative, Mr. T.V. Subhash, to accept a token of gratitude. Students' representative, Mr. T.V. Subhash, and Ms. K. Ramasoni, the lady representative. Ms. K. Ramasoni, the lady student representative. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries. Thank you very much, all the dignitaries, for sparing your valuable time. May I now request Dr. SNR Naveen Garu, member of the AMC CAB committee, to express the vote of thanks.
Good evening, one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to propose vote of thanks on this august occasion of AMC CAB dedication ceremony to the alma mater and on the eve of Professor Brahma Sastry orations. Friends, you have bared with us for the past few hours. Kindly bear with us for another few more minutes, because this is the only time where we can publicly acknowledge all the warriors involved in this construction of this project. First up, I thank Padma Vibhushan awardee, distinguished guest, today's orator, Asian Institute of Gastroenterology Chairman, Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy sir, for coming over at short notice to Vizag AMC and delivering this prestigious oration in spite of his very hectic schedule at the invitation of Dr. Raviraju sir and Dr. Pedaviraju sir. Thank you so much, sir. My thanks are due to today's distinguished guest and orator, Dr. Prabir Rai Chaudhary, President, American Society of Nephrology, who has come all the way exclusively for delivering this prestigious oration. Thank you so much, sir. I thank AMC CAB Committee Chairman, former Vice Chancellor, Dr. NTR UHS, and Pro Chancellor, Apollo Health University, Dr. T. Raviraju, sir, for everything he has done to AMC CAB and AMC and Institute and conducting this prestigious Professor Brahma Shastri oration religiously with celebrities in the field of medicine. I wholeheartedly thank Dr. R. Sisiprabha Madam, former AMCOSA Chairman, former DME, former Principal and former Superintendent, for her huge donation to AMC CAB and for her presence today. I immensely thank Dr. E. Pedaviraju Garu, former Vice Principal, Co-Chairman, AMC CAB Committee and Co-Chair Building Committee, for his outstanding services to the AMC CAB and to AMC and for his presence today. I deeply thank the first convener of this AMC CAB project, the Karta, Karma and Kriya of this AMC CAB project, Dr. T. Radha Madam, who has worked tirelessly over the last 8 to 9 years, taking care of every micro and macro detail of this project. Thank you so much, madam. I thank principal and my classmate, Dr. KVSM Sanjay Devi, for accepting this centenary gift of AMC CAB baby from the alumni, and I wish and request her to ensure that this baby lives on for the next 100 years. Thank you, madam. I thank AMC CAB Treasurer and current AMCOSA Chairman and the Universal Treasurer, Dr. S.K. Apparao Garu, for seeing that AMCOSA is solidly behind every AMCOSA project, every charitable project in AMC and KGH. He was always confident of raising 50 crores funds. He was never in doubt, and that came true today. I thank former principal and the second convener of AMC CAB Committee, Dr. P.V. Sudhakar sir, who has rendered his services as convener for the 5 long years, and I was privileged to work with him as a coordinator. Next, I thank our most populous principal in recent times, centenary principal and the lucky principal, Dr. G. Bukchiraju Garu, and the third convener of and the immediate past convener of CAB Committee, during whose term actual construction initiated and completed. Thank you so much, sir. I thank successive AMCANA USA chairmen, Prasad Chalsani, my 1981 classmate, Nagendra Maineni and Manikya Mutyala, the current chairman, and a host of other donors like Nagul Sitharami Garu, Ravindranath Sharma, Ram Kairam, and many others. I profusely thank GLOW, Gautalachana organization for weaker section, and Shri Venkana Chaudhary Garu for safely transferring funds from USA for this project with utmost transparency, selflessly, without whom this project financially couldn't have moved forward. I thank MVV Builders, Mr. MVV Satyanarayan Garu, for completing this project in record time of 2 years to the liking of one and all. On the other day, Honorable CM Garu was appreciating the project very much. He was saying it was up to world-class standards. I thank MVV Builders. I thank the architect to Kottapalli Suresh Garu of Hyderabad, who is currently in USC, USA for designing this project so nicely and constantly monitoring the construction over the past few years. I thank interiorist Mr. Raja and his junior Mr. Jashwant of Hyderabad for their quality interiors. I thank my classmate P. Satish Kumar of 1981 batch for shaping up Hall of Legends so very well in the shortest time and conserving so much funds for us. I thank Mr. Vishnu of Hyderabad for the signages and the Hall of History work and so many other works in this East Block. I thank Dr. Pedavir Raju Garu, Dr. Aparanji and Mr. Batsa Venkat for the iconic centenary pylon that was installed last year by Honorable Vice President of India, Sri Jagdeep Dhankarji. I thank one and all for bearing with us for the last 3 hours. Lastly, I thank my alma mater AMC for giving me the opportunities to serve as coordinator for this project. I thank my 1981 batchmates who have given the highest contribution for this project. Though it's not a race, they have given the highest contribution. I thank all the 1300 plus donors from 1923 to 2023 for the liberal contribution selflessly. I thank all my co-members of the CAB committee for keeping faith and in the leadership and staying united through thick and thin and realizing this dream project. I also thank our Superintendent KGH, Dr. I. Vani, for her feel for this project and for her presence today. Long live AMC and long live AMC CAB. Thank you one and all. Let's all be in a stand-up position to do the national anthem.
Jana Gana Mana